preferably death, so that as your sins begins to weigh or depend on the weight of the sin, the sword comes down. Now the reason why the lady is blindfolded is because she doesn't want to be biased, and it's going to base his judgment, the sword is going to use the sword based on the wages of your sin, and it's going to do that by hearing. Because when he sees, there's a tendency to be biased, there's a tendency to collect bribe, there's a tendency to say, this is my brother, there's a tendency. In other words, what that symbol simply means is that the woman is not looking any which face. The woman only look which face. So the whole idea is that it should not be, the symbol of the judiciary intends that the judiciary will not be biased. Unfortunately, here in Nigeria, this is not the case. Let me tell you, if politicians are afraid of the judiciary, most of the reasons why we go to court or tribunal will not be there. When they tell you, go to court, if you are not satisfied with the outcome of the election, go to court, it's because they know that this is the court that they are sending you to. What happened on the 6th of September is what they are sending you to. Now, what really got me angry with the shenanigan, the charade that was displayed, the travesty that was displayed on the 6th of September was not even the fact that the tribunal delivered an unfavorable judgment to us, obedience, was the way and manner they presented it, which clearly showed that they were looking at Uche's face, which clearly shows that they were not blindfolded. Imagine, particularly the woman, the Yoruba woman, she was practically angered by the petitioners who brought a case to court. She was practically and visibly chastising the petitioners for even, do you expect us to go to the market? Can you imagine? Can you beat that? For real? Now, they said they're going to broadcast this live for transparency. That was not even close to anywhere transparency. What they did on the 6th of September was nowhere close to being transparent. How can you display, you said you are showing a tribunal judgment whereby the judges, the people declaring the judgment, we are not seeing them. You're just showing faces of lawyers, faces of petitioners, faces of defendants, and you said, yeah, that is live broadcast. That's not the, you could have sworn just allow us to listen to that on radio. When you say televised, that means from the television, then the vice is vision. We have to see. So what did we see? We just heard the voices of the judgment. So that should have been a radio vice or a radio broadcast. It's unfortunate that certain things are happening in Nigeria and we just allow it to slide. But there's a tipping point always. There's always a tipping point. As much as this thing is continuing, it definitely gets to an end. Everything comes to an end. How do Hausa people say? Dunia me carry wani. As everything in life must come to an end. So these injustices being perpetrated by custodian of justice will definitely come to an end. What these politicians have done is to distance the people from realizing their strength. Is to distance the people from realizing that democracy belongs to them. Is to distance the people from realizing that power to decide who leads belongs to them. Of course, they say democracy is a system of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So the people determines who leads them. But what we have in Nigeria today is just a mere exercise just to fulfill righteousness that there was an election, but those who actually determine the people is the INEC, who receive money from the highest bidder. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that an INEC chairman who glaringly, openly robbed the people of their choice is working freely. It's unfortunate that the judges who chose not to show their faces, even though they promised that they will show their faces, delivered such blatant lies as judgment, they are walking freely. This is not a country. I can't be proud of this country as it is. We await the Supreme Court. Let us pray that the Supreme Court judges are all blindfolded and they are only going to work based on the weight of the evidence. Imagine the truckload of evidence that Peter, I don't even think those judges even looked at those evidence because they've already made up their mind. I don't think those judges looked at those evidence. Striking off this and striking off that. Let us wait for the Supreme Court. We hope that the Supreme Court are blindfolded and they will not be biased. We hope that the Supreme Court will not look Uche face. My name is Dr. Soraka and I say please follow this page and share this post now.
Good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are watching me from, but I want to bring you salutations. We are still having hope alive, believing that our nation will be delivered from the wicked claws, the hands of these evil politicians whose agenda, whose wish and desire is to impoverish this nation, but they will not succeed. There's a video that's going around of Professor Wole Soyinka, and maybe you've already heard about it, you watch it, it's all over social media.
This recent election, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movement also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit, you know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. You know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards the Harlem. They were going to send some of the hardliners, were going to send crowds, young people into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. We've had that kind of scenario before. Remember, this same Buhari, who proved a useless person anyway, in which the youth corpers were killed. You know, the students are always recruited as monitoring agents, returning officers, and so on. Because of their uniforms, they became targets. I was instrumental in working with some of our governors in extricating those youths from where they were hiding. They were brutalized. And now this party wanted the same thing to happen, and on the basis of a lie. And we found this vice presidential candidate on television boasting and insisting and threatening and menacing, trying to intimidate both the judiciary and the rest. What kind of government would result from that kind of conduct, do you think?
He was invited to Stellenbosch in South Africa, and something that had to do with his own life, a dialogue organized by Africa in the world, and it had to do with the life of Wole Soyinka. So now he was supposed to speak about himself, but the hatred for Obi that I can't really explain. He just left the topic and started talking about Obi, talking about Labour Party, and making allegations that he cannot prove, and somebody that calls himself a professor. The way he has become so partisan, you ask yourself, what is he really trying to gain by doing everything to pull down Peter Obi, pull down Labour Party. He's not even talking about Atiku. Atiku also went to court. Atiku went on a protest after the election result came out. They were not happy with it, but they are not talking about Atiku. Everything is about Obi, and the obedient movement. Even preemptive, talking about the fact that he had seen this coming and talked about the fact that there were some retired generals that were planning and working on an interim government. Who are they? He said he knows. It's something that he knows, and that they were planning to bring an interim government and eventually bring in the military. That is a very, very serious allegation to be making against generals. I'm telling you, Wole Soyinka, you can see this man is a tribalist. You can see tribal bigotry, full scale. Even if he had an opinion, he shouldn't have gone to South Africa to be talking. And the interviewer, the person that the dialogue had nothing to do with the elections of Nigeria. Knowing what just happened, that the case went to court and the tribunal upheld Tinubu's win. And he shouldn't he have been happy, since he knew that Peter Obi did not win and that they were trying to force it and force the youth to the street. Since he knows that, he shouldn't have even bothered talking. Since his man, we all know that he has benefited from Tinubu's ill-gotten wealth. And that's why he's still speaking like this. That's why I've been saying it doesn't matter how educated somebody is. It doesn't matter how religious somebody is. It doesn't matter how old somebody is. The moment they get money, the love of money is the root of all evil. A person that you would think is very smart can suddenly become so foolish and dumb. The way they reason and talk, you will ask yourself, did this person really go to school? And that's why it is said, for some people, when they grow older, they become wiser. And sometimes the opposite is the case. Some people, the older they become, the more foolish they become. This is what appears to be playing out with the professor. The professor was saying that the leaders of Labour Party knew what they were doing. They knew they lost the election, but they were trying to use force, which he called Bajue. That means the force of lies, using the young people and to force them to the street to go and demonstrate on something that they knew was a lie. How did he know that it was a lie? He said Peter Obi came third, and he said his organization that was monitoring also knows that Peter Obi came third. That means Professor knows. He's part of the people that actually pushed Peter Obi to become number 3. How did he know? Did he count? Was his organization counting the votes that he knows who came third? Is it because INEC said Peter Obi came third? And we can see everything, all the evidence around. And somebody saying, but they couldn't present it in court. All those boxes they had, were they given time? And they used technicalities to say the petitioner's case was not strong, that they didn't have evidence. Were the judges really concerned about evidence? If they were concerned about evidence, why did they not take INEC on regarding the blood results that they gave? The blank result that had faces of people, that had mountains and had other images, and some even blank sheets of paper were uploaded to the IREF. And then the professor is there that he can say categorically that Peter Obi lost the election. Soyinka says that Labour Party came out of the Labour Union. This was an independent party. Just because the name is Labour does not mean they are from the Labour Union. And he even called Labour Party a regional party. Why would somebody think like that? I am from the north. I'm from Kaduna State. The professor is accusing Labour Party of being a regional party. And he can't say that about Tinubu. He came and said, Emilokon. Didn't Tinubu say it is Yoruba's turn? So is that not regional and tribalistic? That is what you will have in Nigeria when people become so selfish, when people think about what they will get. Because Tinubu took care of the professor, housed him, paid his bills, so he has to pay back now. That's why he has thrown away his humanity, thrown away his feelings, thrown away his judgment, and he's speaking that kind of thing. Going to a place where they are talking about his achievement, and he left that and started accusing the obedient movement. If Peter Obi actually wanted the youth to go out on the street, he would have told them to go out and no one would have stopped it. And you said they will be slaughtered. Slaughtered by who if they went out on the street? Doesn't the Constitution of Nigeria allow peaceful protest? So he knows. Did you see how the professor brought out something, leaked out something that we all know? He said when they send the youth to the street innocently, they will be slaughtered. Slaughtered by who? By the law enforcement, by the police, by the army. So that means that's what they do. The Constitution allows people to peacefully protest. But he sees that because people are going out to protest or to air their views and say they believe that the election was not free, fair, and credible. They believe that their mandate was stolen. And he's accusing Peter Obi of trying to incite the people, that Labour Party is inciting the young people so that they can go and be slaughtered. That's what they were planning to do. And I'm happy Peter Obi told the obedience, told his supporters to keep calm and wait for him to go to court. And he went to court. And we saw the sham judgment that just took place. For 5 judges to unanimously all be on one side. And they almost took the side of APC and Tinubu. They were like fighting for INEC, fighting for Tinubu, fighting for APC. Their anger when they were talking about the petitioner, especially anytime they spoke about Peter Obi, you could see that these people have been paid for the professor to open his mouth in South Africa, far from home. We don't hear you, professor, talk about the injustice. We don't hear you talk about the suffering masses. We don't hear you talk about insecurity in Nigeria. And your brain can no longer write novels about how to stop insecurity in Nigeria, how to stop corruption. You're talking about truth and lies, that you only stand for truth. You will not go out on a protest based on lies. But everything about Tinubu, your man, the one who has sponsored you, is a lie. Nobody knows his true date of birth. Is that not a lie? Nobody knows where he went to school. Who are his classmates? Who are his parents? Where was he born? He says he's the Jagaban. Is he an indigent of Lagos State? The case is going on now in Chicago regarding the false declaration. He went to school as a man, graduated as a woman. The certificates are 2 different certificates signed by 2 different people. The logo is a lie. Everything about Tinubu is a lie. And then that's what the 5 judges went to say, no, he has been cleared, he's been cleared. I'm telling you, when people's mind is not working correctly, whether they are judges, whether they are professors, whether they are clergy, it does not matter. They cannot reason correctly or talk correctly. That's exactly what has happened with Professor Wole Soyinka. There's a saying that gray hair is a sign of wisdom. But for some people, gray hair is a sign of a person that is worn out. The mind is no longer thinking correctly, and the mouth is not talking correctly since the mind is no longer thinking correctly. That's what I see in this interview that he granted, and started lashing on obedience, lashing on innocent Nigerians that voted for Peter Obi. Show me the people that are rejoicing. Show me the people that are celebrating because of Tinubu's win. Since they voted for him, where are they? While the case has been taken to the Supreme Court, the professor is basically saying they shouldn't go to the Supreme Court because he knows Peter Obi came third and that he lost the election. He did not win. So what is he saying to the judges? What is he saying to the apex court? Don't waste your time, because my monitoring organization has found that Tinubu is the winner. And that's why we have been calling, we've been saying that this judgment should not be on technicalities. It is too delicate to reduce this whole thing that happened with the election in a nation where a lot of people are frustrated and they want to see justice. That's why they came up with the slogan, all eyes on the judiciary. They are not saying that to intimidate the judiciary. They are saying that because they want true justice. It's not about forcing Obi on people. It's not about forcing Atiku on anyone. It's about the truth coming out. Let's go back and check who actually was the winner. Apart from this issue of the forgery and all the other things, even go back and just check the results. They know in their heart of heart who was the true winner. Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed that you don't want to see in the seat of governance. God Almighty will make it happen whether you like it or not. If the justice of man fails, the justice of God will never fail. He is the supreme judge and he knows the truth, and the truth cannot be hidden. Yes, we say all eyes on the judiciary, and we say the judiciary is the last hope of the common man. But is that what they are doing? All we are seeing is injustice. And I have been saying, you are the last hope. You, every Nigerian, you are your own last hope. Don't wait for somebody to be the one that will free you. Not even Obi, not even Atiku. You are the one, because even if Peter Obi becomes president today, he can only govern for 4 years or at most 8 years. What then will happen after that? Then you want the thieves to come back again? No! Whether you're from the north, south, east, or west, don't let them use religion to divide us anymore. They use it for their own benefit, not for our own benefit. I'm from the north of Nigeria, and I'm standing behind Peter Obi. Why must we always say that Igbos should never govern Nigeria? Now is the time for us to take our nation back. We need to peacefully take a stand and speak out. The time for Nigeria to be free is...
To talk about the things that's affecting us here. Every day we talk about it. Unfortunately, it gets worse. Normally, when you talk about things, it gets better, right? Usually in Nigeria, when you talk about things, Nigerian government or the leaders, they don't care about you. They know you're talking. They just say, oh, let him talk. Let them talk. Who cares? Like what the judiciary, what they did on the 6th of September, they deliberately passed the judgment just to tell you that you cannot do nothing. Yes, that's my own interpretation. They did it to say, okay, you guys have said, okay, judiciary, you must. Okay, let's do this and see what you guys are going to do. Guess what? Nothing happened. Why some people are hiding under the umbrella of Mr. Peter Obi say we could not talk. Mr. Peter Obi say we could not go for protest. Mr. Peter Obi say, he say. Or why? Some are also waiting for me, Mr. Elvis, Mr. Nigeria Watch needs to tell us what to do and all that. Many of you watching me right now, some of you now get sense past me. Some of you now get money past me. Some of you now, you are older than me. In fact, majority of you guys listening to me are older than me. You know, so it get with I take pass when they watch me, and I get with I take pass me. So it's all about collective effort. Help me, I help you. That's what life is all about. If you're sitting in one particular place, you are waiting for one particular person to pass order for you to do what is necessary to your life, then you might probably wait forever. That's it. That's how it works. You might probably wait forever. And like I've said before, for any reason, although the reason is even slim, extremely slim right now, but I'll continue to say that for any reason, nothing happened in the Supreme Court. Both you and I that have dedicated our time in supporting Mr. Peter Obi in this obedient movement and making sure that Nigeria work in our time, and both those that supported APC, every one of us will regret it. Yes, in fact, the people that is supporting the APC will regret it more. Although, because of pride, ego, some of them might not be able to come out prospectively to speak out, to say, oh, I supported this party, but I'm regretting right now. Because so a lot of people believe that this whole thing that we're doing today is all about Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku. If you're one of the people that believe that it's about Peter Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku, you are lost. Or rather, I'll categorize you amongst the gullible Nigerians, either back home or in abroad. You know why? It's about your future, about you, about your country. Remember, whoever that will be there, even though, God forbid, Tinubu end up to continue with the way it is right now. No, 4 years they'll reach, right? It's not going to be there forever. It's about your country. Although some of you will hold so much pride, the cause is from my village. Thank God we've succeeded. He ruled. That's the basic thing. That's the most important thing to me. But when we continue to demonstrate this kind of mentality, that my person rule, your person rule, my person must be there, your person must be there, practices of nepotism, practices of stupidity, then the country will continue to get worse. I might not know it all, but I'm telling you, how me they feel. I saw me out they talk now. I'm not they read book they talk now. I'm just telling you me. So maybe my panelists, when they're here later on, or you've watched them in the past, everybody have their own opinion. So when we continue to have that mentality of my person must be there, I know him and all that, then the country will continue to get worse. Tinubu cannot change Nigeria. In fact, in case you're not aware, Tinubu, the only reason why you're even seeing that Tinubu is active on screen right now is because the case is still in court. After then, he's going to pass the power to the people that he trusts, because he actually mentioned it today that Wike is not just an FCT minister. Yes. If some of you watch that video, I'll play the video just now anyway. Some of you watch that video, you might just think it's a normal video. For me, I read an in-depth meanings to videos. I take pen and paper before I watch videos. Maybe because it's my job, right? Because I can't just come on air, press the button. Hello, guys. Good evening to you. We are here. No, we can't do that. I studied film and media. I have a degree in film and media. So regardless of we're on YouTube and doing that, yes, I can be in Arise or channels, be working there if I want to. But they can't pay me. That's the truth. So the truth is, I can't just click on the button. Hello, we are here. How far? Who did? No. We have to sometimes apply some professionalism into what we're doing. I always have pen and paper. In fact, in case you guys are not aware, immediately I say to you guys, good night. And I turn this broadcast off. My research starts immediately before I fall asleep. I do research on the computer, on the phone. Sometimes I fall asleep. I wake up, the research starts, because a breaking news can come out at any time. You need to put everything down to present to you guys. So what Tinubu said today, that Wike is not just an FCT minister, in fact, he's also like an advisor. Then he ended the video, which I know many of you did not listen to. He ended the video by saying, in case you want to reach me, which might be difficult to reach me, you can reach Wike. He's already allocating even more powerful power orders to Wike. You know what that means? Although Wike is somebody that I used to speak positively about until what happened during the time of election. I said things how it is. For any reason, someone if Wike is in power today, or Wike is the president of Nigeria and all that, of course, he's very, very corrupt. But Wike is still better than so many of them. Yes, Wike is corrupt. All of them is corrupt. But is better than some of them that doesn't talk at all. So what I'm saying here is that Tinubu will soon, how do I put it on? Past at least 60% of his power as a president. He's not going to give it to Shettima. Tinubu doesn't trust Shettima. He doesn't trust Shettima. How can a president say, okay, for any reason, you cannot reach me, right? If you reach Wike, it's sorted when you have a vice president. Maybe it's different from me, though. I don't know. Maybe my thinking is different from how you're thinking. But I'll be hearing from more people later on. But I just want you guys to understand that we all will regret it for any reason APC continue, including you that is listening to me right now that supported APC or still supporting them. you will regret it. But unfortunately, I don't supposed to be part of the people that will regret it. Everybody that did not support APC don't supposed to be part of the people that will regret it. But unfortunately, we all will regret it because we are Nigerians. For those of you that doesn't visit Nigeria that often, yeah, it might not have, nothing might affect you at all. For those of you that visit Nigeria all the time, yes, it will. Tinubu cannot change much. A lot of you are still I don't know, looking at visualizing Tinubu as the way he used to be when he was the governor of Lagos State, right? You don't know what is old age. Tinubu is over 90 now, if I'm not mistaken. He's an old man. All these 70-something where they give you now is just a football age. He's an old man. So I don't know if some of you also noticed the last video I just played, Oshotekon. Do you notice any kind of, there's a word I want to use because I don't want to offend anybody. I don't know if you guys notice. Okay, I'll use the layback. Stylishly, I don't know. He's being careful with his words. He's in fact, he was extremely careful with his words, right? And then, okay, I don't want to continue this. I'll leave it for you guys. I don't think I'm in a better position to talk about this. Yes, I'm not biased, but I don't want to talk about it. But a lot of things is wrong right now. I just hope I have a better Nigeria in my time, in our time. That's why I'm doing this. Nobody's paying me to do this. I'm privileged to already be in this media team before this presidential election came on. So I use my platform to say, okay, let me support what is right. And I will never, ever, forever regret it. And as for me, if you ask me now, in fact, before you ask me if I trust or if I think something positive will come out of Supreme Court, I would say no. I know, yes, some of you might, because some of you normally write to me privately. No, as a leader, you can't say that. Give people hope. I don't give false hope. I'm sorry. I'm a very different person. If you understand me, sometimes you will like me today, tomorrow if you don't like me, because I say things I don't trust. I don't listen. Tinubu bought 99.9% of every angles in Nigeria. In fact, not even in Nigeria anymore. Look at Chicago State University, what they're doing. This one a white man country. The invest in a white man, people get them. Oh, people don't know what the power of money is. Tinubu was spending his money to do all this before. You and I were saying, no, it cannot be. Now he's not a president. He's not sitting on top of money. Then I don't want to go there. Except the Supreme Court, the Nigerian Judiciary just want to prove some of us wrong, especially someone like me that have never ever trusted them, and maybe some of you here as well. Except they just want to say, okay, because we don't have public trust for so long, let's at least for once, let's do what is right, at least for the youth to be happy. Yeah, I will not come back to apologize to say, they're gonna forgive me, will not be my fault, because at the end of the day, I never trusted now before for my life. It's simple. But as for now, it's good for record's sake, for prospective purposes, to go to Supreme Court. I'm 100% in support of that. But the outcome is not what I can say. I don't know. With what happened on the 6th of September, I don't know. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. It's good to be back here again. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, good evening to you, Mommy. Thank you very much for all you do for us. Vitos Akwabela, I can see you, Madam Bella Naomi. Thank you very much. Madam Tusabi, thank you. Ivy Jack, God bless you all. Discussion Channel TV and many others right there. Tony South, thank you, my people. Also, Thank you. So I see you, Constant, and many others. And I already got 2 super chat already. I got that super chat there from Madam Bella Naomi. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. May pocket never run dry. God bless you, madam. And I got another super chat, the second one from Lady Eugenia. Thank you very much, madam. It's good to see you again. Thank you for the wonderful text you put in right there. Thank you, Mr. Elvis, for your steadfastness. I really appreciate you, all you do. Your channel has been a source of therapy for a lot of us. God bless you and continue to strengthen you. Amen. I say a big, big, big amen to that. And I send back all that prayers to you and your household. Thank you very much, madam. May pocket never run dry. May God continue to protect and guide every one of you that is supporting us on this platform, that is joining our panel, that is sharing our videos, liking our videos, coming here to change lives with your submissions. Because sometimes you just think, oh, come in, let me speak. Is a normal thing. There's no normal, because a lot of people are listening to you and a lot of people are referencing to you as well. Yes, a lot of people are referencing to you. I wish you know where your voice don't go. Then you'll be surprised. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's life. That's why it's called social media. It goes very, very fast. If we have to check it right now, you see that the people that is listening to me right now, we have over 20 or 25 countries watching us right now. You know what that means? A country that you've not ever visited before, somebody will be hearing your voice from there. So that's the power of social media, So thank you very much, my people. I always appreciate you all. Sometimes I might not get it right. I'm not a perfect person, and I've never portrayed myself to be one. I just want a better Nigeria, nothing else. I'm not doing it based on selfishness. I'm doing it because it's what I want to do. I empower a lot of people privately that I don't even need to come here to talk about. I want Nigeria to be better in my time. I wish, by God's grace, Supreme Court will do the right thing. But for any reason they did not, I don't know, because it's crazy. Maybe some of us might decided to, okay, let's spend more time in abroad now rather than spending more time in Nigeria. Yes, because I have all the comfort I want in abroad. I'm sorry. It's not bragging, it's a fact. And a lot of people listening to me right now that lives abroad can testify to that. I have all the comfort that I want. I don't get a blink of light or anything. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. No stress. I know they get stress. The only stress where I go say I get, say maybe not then, not even now, say, oh, I'm bored. I don't even have time now. The time when I say good night, my people, now, before I sleep, wake up, work, don't start again. So I am walking around the clock. So no time. So the boring side of it is not affecting someone like me. But in terms of, oh, do you have any kind of stress or difficulties in abroad? I don't have any. I'm sorry. But in Nigeria, you have loads. So if you're listening to me, you are selfishly supporting APC, or you are selfishly supporting Tinubu because it came from your village, don't worry, we all will remind ourselves. Prospectively, we will. Thank you very much, people. I appreciate you all. I would like us to quickly listen to this video here, then before take it on. We're also going to be talking about the artist Mohbad. Mohbad, who we've got a lot to talk about that. Please press on the like button, help us to share. Let's listen to this video. After this video, I'll bring my head up again, then I'll post out a link for people to come in. But let this video play first before I post out a link. God bless you all. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Oji. I can see you right there. Thank you, my wonderful people. Raymond, I can see you as well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Please do your part by pressing on the like button. Currently, we have 184 likes. I'm not sure it's good enough. If you can press on the like button so that this can go far. God bless you all, my people.
Moving on to the next story. The Chicago State University, CSU, yesterday confirmed that President Bola Tinubu attended the university and graduated in 1979 with a bachelor's degree. The university disclosed this in a statement issued to CBS Broadcasting Incorporated, generally referred to as CBN News, one of America's biggest and most influential news network. It, however, pointed out that United States federal law prevents it from providing any further information about Tinubu's record without consent or unless allowed to do so via court order. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 election, Atiku Abubakar, had alleged that documents showing that Tinubu graduated from Chicago State in 1979 were not authentic and had highlighted it as grounds to nullify Tinubu's election victory. The certificate was issued in 1979 and signed by University President Elnora Daniel. But Daniel didn't arrive at CSU until 1998 and left about 10 years later. Well, the president in the news, headline story for this morning.
Okay, so the president in the news, number one, yes, like he said, as regards the delegation that came from Rivers State, we have no reason to be poor, but we are poor, and he's going to do everything to fight it. The reason why we're poor, we know it's because of leadership. Successive Nigerian leaders have made this country poor. They've deliberately impoverished the poor because of their level of corruption. And that's what puts our country the way it is today. So President Tinubu had better try as much as possible to be able to solve the problem. Because one of the things that make us poor is the mounting debt, for instance. Today now, they said our debt have increased up to 87 trillion. Increased 75% more in the space of 3 months. That means we are still taking a lot of debts. And when you take
all these are fact, too. All these are fact. What Ofa is saying right now, you people should pay attention to what Ofa is going to say here. These are facts. And the APC people that is listening to me right now, you guys don't comment on things like this because you are blind. Your village person must be in power. That's all. Nothing else. Any other thing, you're not interested, right? Let's move on.
So much debt, there's nothing that can be done in the space of 3 months. That means we are still taking a lot of debts. And when you take so much debt, there's nothing that can be done. 2 weeks after sharing the palliative, life is still hard for a lot of Nigerians. These are the things that make Nigeria poor. Massive corruption, crude oil theft, and the list goes on. Concerning the certificate, I think a lot of people should come out clean. And the university and the institution should come out clean. Why is all of this happening? The certificate he presented to INEC is different from the one a lawyer, Enahoro Eba, got from CSU. And they filed a case as regards that I never saw the light of day. There were discrepancies as regards what the same Chicago State University gave Enahoro Eba, a lawyer, and what the president filed in his INEC form. We should not have a country where we're having discrepancies in certificates of leaders. We should not have a country makes mockery of our country. So it is based on that Atiku Abubakar. And that's why the subpoena is clear in the Vanguard News report last year, and the documents are public source. All the records that CSU gave. And it's based on that Atiku Abubakar is going to court. So there's been a lot of back and forth in court as regards the case. But CSU is not also willing to authenticate this same certificate that they gave out. They can also authenticate their own certificate. So it's a blight on CSU. So no matter how much CSU tries to go and contact CBS and issue a report, the question we should ask them is, why can't they authenticate the certificate they gave out? Because if you give out an authentic certificate, you should be able to authenticate it as the body that issued the certificate. And also, why are there discrepancies who signs the certificates? A man that just came in 1998 signed a certificate that was issued in 1979. And that's why when Mr. Duro Jaye came out to say he went to school, we would like to have the man on the table here because we would like to ask critical questions about his time in school. And it's not today we had cases against the president as regards certificate issue. That was back to over 20 years ago. Even the primary school he went to and the secondary school he went to are still things we should ask for. You remember the conundrum of GCI? You remember also St. Paul's School, our lawyer. So there are many questions, and there needs to be clarity on the primary school he went to, the secondary school, and the university. Because so that people have a right to be able to know. I remember when, what is it called? I think it was one of Nigeria's president. Was it President Yaradua or somebody? They were doing a documentary on him, and they traced the documentary to where he served at Holy Child School. Dr. Abati also reminded, I think it was Goodluck Jonathan, they did a document and they discovered that he was teacher he served in maybe around Osun State or somewhere. NYSC in Osun State. So these are the documents we need to keep asking. Also ask things about, okay, where did he do his primary school? Where did he do his secondary school? And this university issue. So these are pertinent issues that need to, and the fact that CSU cannot authenticate the certificate, these are the questions, that pertinent questions we need to ask because of our national, knowledge base and sovereignty.
Okay, may I put it like this? The issue about President Tinubu's academic qualification is of no moment. It's not an issue. The people who have been digging into it since 1999 when he became governor of Lagos State, they're just wasting time. Section 131 sub D of the 1999 Constitution says, for you to be president of Nigeria, you will have qualification of school sat. At least, that section says, at least a school certificate qualification or its equivalent. Now, that one that says at least means that, in fact, you are not required to even complete secondary school. You could be F9 parallel, as many people who have led Nigeria came out with F9 parallel. So you don't need, we are running a country where your education does not matter. So all of us, because we carry degrees, we wore academic gowns here and there, we think that the people who should run Nigeria should be educated people. No, the Constitution of Nigeria does not say so. And that's why we had that issue about school sat with President Buhari. No, he didn't need to have a school sat. Even in the Constitution, the interpretation of that section 131 says that, look, if you attended one or two seminars, and you can prove that you attended one roadside seminar where an MC was present and you were given a certificate of attendance, you can be anything in Nigeria. That's the level where we are. So all this controversy, whether he went to Chicago State University, he didn't go to Chicago State University, it's of no moment.
Can you imagine? Anyway, let's move on to OGOP. Thank you very much, my people. Madam Patricia, thank you very much. Patricia Nofe, my dear sister, thank you very much for the super chat. Mr. Joseph OG, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Madam Bella Naomi, thank you once again. God bless you. And your birthday is loading. Happy birthday in advance. My birthday is on the 2nd of October. I will continue to remind everybody. Thank you very much, my people. Let's listen to what OGOP have to say here. But I'm going to post out a link now. Click on the link and join us. God bless you all.
Reactions trailing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's statement on Thursday, in which he described Nigerians as hardworking people living in a nation that has no reason to be poor. Tinubu made the comment when he received a high-powered 62-man delegation comprising leaders from the All Progressives Congress and the People's Democratic Party at the State House in Abuja. During the meeting, the president reiterated his commitment to making Nigeria better. He also said his government will pay attention to a major road linking the Port Harcourt refinery and that the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, who he admires and one of his strong advisors.
All right, sorry guys. Madam Busy Brains, that's fine. I don't see you already. If you can hear me, Madam Rita, yes, I don't see you. Give us a mandate. I don't see you. One love, I never see you. Thank you, my people. So let's move on. I'll accept you people in right now.
We'll follow up on the project for prompt action.
We're not lazy people. We're not. Very hardworking, richly endowed, but we just have to be our brother's keeper and be good neighbors to one another. We have no reasons to be poor. We don't. And I'm assuring you that we're not going to look back. The Honorable Minister for FCT is equally not just for FCT. He's a very strong advisor and admirer of mine. And he has hit the ground running. He's showing the stuff he's made of. So he should be encouraged and supported. But pass things through him if you are finding it difficult to get my attention.
Well, all right. I really loved President Tinubu's speech there, and it was quite instructive that he gathered people from the PDP and the APC. And you know that the fact that he said that Nigerians are not lazy has, generated some reactions, because if you, recall, President Muhammadu Buhari called us lazy. If we can take Loje's tweet up there, if we can pull that up. This is his tweet, and he pulled up a Premium Times article where, Buhari had criticized Nigerian youth as lazy and uneducated. But I think more importantly is the comment of Governor Wike. Let me take a tweet from Godwin, who wrote, "This kind of statement just shows how political relationships in Nigeria can be a bit of a charade, claiming Wike as an advisor when they are from different parties. It's like saying water and oil mix. It's probably more about political optics and less about genuine advice. Politics in Nigeria often seem like a game of chess with strange moves." I mean, you heard the president there saying that, Wike is his strong, advisor, and if people need information, they should go to him. But, on Wednesday, the senator representing the Federal Capital Territory, Ireti Kingibe, while speaking with journalists in Abuja after her victory at the tribunal, said Wike lacks executive powers that state governors have, and as such, he should learn to operate under the legislative guidance of the National Assembly and needs time to study the dynamics of the FCT before issuing demolition threats to residents of Abuja. She also decried the appointment of mandate secretaries from among those who are not indigents or residents of the FCT.
You cannot bring mandate secretaries from outside FCT and expect them to excel. Mandate secretaries, if they are zoned, they should be found in the FCT. You can find every zone in FCT people who have lived here for several years, who are politicians or bureaucrats in the FCT. That is necessary. But the minister is new to the FCT, and maybe he wasn't guided right. But we need to look at that again.
Well, there's Ireti Kingibe saying that Wike lacks executive powers. But I heard our political editor yesterday delivering this, amazing analysis on the fact that, also Tinubu is also a governor of the FCT. So, I think Wike can always go to Tinubu for any request as well.
Is that all ministers are appointees of the president.
Yes.
The person that is given executive powers under Section 5 of the 1999 Constitution is the president of Nigeria.
Yes.
All these other people who are appointed, they are exercising delegated authority that has been passed on to them on behalf of the president. So maybe that's where Sumna Sambo, is coming from. So the relevant reference is Section 5 of the Constitution. However, Section 299 of the 1999 Constitution also says the FCT should be treated as if it were a state. As if it were a state. But the same Constitution does not create a parliament for the Federal Capital Territory. So it doesn't grant it special status, which was the point being made in the Tinubu presidential case by the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. So Mrs. Kingibe, who is a member of this family, used to feature, used to be part of the panel on This Day Live. So she's on loan to the federal government of Nigeria from Arise News, more or less, if I can say that. But in any case, she said, oh, it's the National Assembly that should be making laws for the FCT. No, there's nothing like that in the Constitution. Number two, she's complaining about mandate secretaries, coming from other parts of Nigeria. She says, indigents of the FCT should be the ones that should be there. Well, she's defending the fact that she's FCT senator and she's protecting the interests of the indigenous people of the FCT, which is the perennial issue that we've always had in the FCT about the Gbagi people saying, oh, this is our territory, other people should not come here. Well, the truth of the matter is that it is called Federal Capital Territory. And the Federal Capital Territory belongs to all Nigerians. Yeah. Okay, but what she wants, I guess, because in her statement she was saying, where she had only met Wike once, or maybe Wike spoke with her, only once. Well, she wants to work together with Wike as a senator representing the FCT. To that extent, in terms of cooperation, collaboration, mutual interest, I think she's in order. As for President Tinubu saying we are not lazy people, of course, when President Buhari said we young, energetic, youthful Nigerians that we are lazy people, we all protested. We said we are not lazy people.
We're not lazy at all.
So President Tinubu knows that we are very energetic.
Yes.
But his job is not just to praise us and say we are not lazy.
Absolutely.
It is to ensure that under his watch, that energy is put to good use.
Absolutely.
We are ready to work. Just give us the opportunity. That's what we are asking for.
I like that.
As for him saying Wike is his admirer and his advisor, of course. Wike is playing smart game. I said that earlier on this program. He's been very clever. He has brought PDP, APC from Rivers to come and pay homage to the president. That's how the game is played. Well, and the president has been paying a lot of attention to him. So he's smarter than most of the other ministers.
If you say so, Dr. Abati. Well, all right. Let's turn our attention now to the demise of Afrobeat singer Mohbad, the fast-rising star who passed away on Tuesday, September 12th. At the age of 27, the singer's death has been shrouded in controversy as many of his fans have alleged threat to his life prior to his death and suspected foul play resulting to his death. Well, on Wednesday, an old video surfaced on social media showing the singer being chased away from a music video shoot. In the footage, music promoter Sam Larry and some men visited the scene of the shoot and demanded that Mohbad be sent out. A petition said to be filed by the late singer against the promoter, alleging threat to his life and damage of property surfaced on social media. Well, in the petition, dated June 27, 2023, Mohbad stated that about 15 persons led by Sam Larry invaded the premises with guns and cutlasses to assault him. Added that during the assault, the men were boasting that they work for Oba Elegushi and that they have been asked to deal with him. However, in a statement on Thursday, the Palace of Elegushi disowned the music promoter, stating that he is not a member of the royal family and called on the police to thoroughly investigate the case. The Nigerian police, in a tweet on X, said they would launch a diligent investigation into the singer's death. Ayo, Rufai, we don't have much time on this story, but this is a really, really sad situation. I know that there was a fallout between, what is that young man? It was Naira Marley and his manager as well. But this accusation has come up and the Nigerian police said that they will take it up. A lot of people are saying they don't trust the Nigerian police. Let me take a more or less tweet. He wrote, if anyone believes that Nigerian police will carry any investigation, talk less of diligent investigation on this matter, when the culprits are their minions and partners in crime, then I'm sorry for you. You should go and ask the family of the Attorney General, Bola Ige. They will tell you what the Nigerian police meant by diligent investigation. #revolution. I'm sure you know what that means, because the people are also saying that, those people that might have killed Mohbad work also with the government.
But it's okay, because there's no time.
Yeah.
But Shawara spoke the truth real quickly.
Yeah.
Is it not the same country you and I live, Oji?
Yeah.
That a certain person during the election period threatened people
Yes, that was horrible.
At this time, it's all eyes on the police, especially with regards to this matter. It is very sad. It's since Tuesday when the news broke, and then many revelations came out. We started tracing interviews, OG, and the fact that the police didn't do anything decisive when he put out the petition. They were giving reasons why, they didn't act, he didn't turn up and all that. But these are things to be taken seriously, especially now looking at the entertainment industry in Nigeria, contract, bullying and intimidation, and how people can boldly, without fear of repercussion or fear of any kind of punishment, come out. Look at this video. It's very sad. The faces are identifiable. The names are identifiable. It's not enough to just detract and say we don't know Sam Larry Balogun, who's now been identified. We must see them brought to the book. A thorough investigation is expected, and we hope that the police will do right by him.
Absolutely. I want to go on Rufai's comment as well. The police needs to investigate this matter, because there's been a lot of, investigations that have not even come to fruition. Dr. Abasi, I'm sure you wanted to say something.
Mohbad's family will try to be nice to Wunmi, the wife that he left behind, and the 5-month-old young boy that he left behind. Because there have been stories, from the family end that look really untidy.
Yes.
Families should not treat women as if, once your person dies, it's the woman that must be punished.
Yes.
That's important.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ojinika.
Thank you all.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. I'm going to expatiate on this particular mobile story shortly, but let me quickly move on to another one right here, which is this pastor. He might have to come up again. According to what we are hearing now, let me put that there. That's the pastor right there. But let me start from the beginning. As you all can see right there, let me read from here. Okay, just in. Pastor resigns over Kumuyi's support of Tinubu administration. A pastor of the... Okay, let me put it on from here, so that I think from here will be much better for us. 1 minute. So that... Let me see if I can make it more bolder. Bear with me, my people. Let's see. I think this one will be much better. Is it showing? Okay, yes, okay. 1 moment. Let me remove this. And okay, it's right there. Okay, let me read from here. I think it's better for me. Okay, Pastor Kumuyi's younger pastors, or how do you call them? Pastor where they will follow another pastor. I don't know what they call them. One of them have resigned. Pastor resigned over Kumuyi's support of Tinubu administration. A pastor of Deeper Life Bible Church, 84 Inobi Road, Nnewi, Anambra State, Ugoze, Venitius, his name too long, has resigned as the district pastor of the church on account of the apparent support of the general superintendent and head of the church, William Kumuyi, for the government of President Bola Tinubu, exemplified by recent comment on the administration. According to Daily Sun, Shinyerugo, in a letter dated on August 23, 2023, said he was resigning from his pastoral assignment following a viral video of the superintendent of the church delving into politics by supporting the Tinubu administration that he claimed has brought hardship on Nigeria. In a letter addressed to the regional overseer Deeper Life Bible Church, Shinyerugo stated, "I write this note with great burden, bearing in mind its far-reaching spiritual implications. I feel that our Father in Lord and our General Superintendent, Dr. W.F. Kumuyi, have made a costly mistake, and there is no way for me to effectively convert my mind to him than resigning as the pastor of the above district effective from today, the 23rd of August 2023. My decision was taken after watching the video which I forwarded to you, where he advised Nigerians to support the government and the ministers because, according to him, they will perform, especially going by antecedents, by their antecedents. They went on by saying, honestly, I was devastated and felt terrible, humiliated, and disappointed after watching the clip. For the record, I became born again on April 10th, 1984, as an undergraduate under the Christian Union, and later in that year, I joined Deeper Life after months of searching for a church that reflects the Bible. Why not? I could not have left the world only to a fool myself. And surrender myself again to be deceived. I have not been disappointed since I joined the church. God has so graciously used the pastor to mold my Christian life and, of course, the life of many others. He has also, by word, taught us to mind the kingdom business and to refrain from dabbling into political matters. Where did change come from? He had exemplified this teaching for several decades by steering clear of political controversies until lately. Most debilitating was his visit in 2019 to the president of Nigeria, then Muhammadu Buhari, at a time when Nigeria Christians, pagans, Muslims, and artists were praying for him to exit. Why? Although this story, I'm not sure we need it, is long. It's long. I think we should leave it right there. The main bottom line is that although the election campaign, he maintained a glorious and dignified silence, and we members of the church earned respect for that. I wonder about the need for his comment at this point in time. Okay, I'll just leave that right there in case you want to read more. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. So that we can just quickly move on right now. Okay, about the this lady that spoke just now on the telly, Ireti King Ibe, not saying a Labour Party senator in Abuja. So she did well. So I don't really want to talk much about her, but I wanted to. Okay, let me just read one paragraph. That's it. Take one paragraph quickly, and I'll take it from there. I know somebody's on the backstage. Please bear with me. I'll come to you. During this time of reading and all that, so I'm trying to concentrate. Okay, that's she right there. What she's saying, I will work with Aduda for betterment of FCT, Reti King Ibe. So he went on talking more about Wike and all that. He doesn't know anything, doesn't have experience and all that, blah, blah, blah. So, but I don't want to go there. I just wanted to put that one right there for you guys to know. Yes, while with what we've already played, I would like to also quickly tally with the headline here as well concerning LP replying to Wole Soyinka. I don't know if you guys are surprised that Wole Soyinka matter came back again today. Me myself, I was surprised about it. I don't have no choice than to bring it because it's everywhere and different version of everything. But meanwhile, let me quickly just take one or two paragraphs here, or rather the headline, and that's it, so that we can move on to other one. Okay, as you all can see there, LP Fort Soyinka comment on party accuses him of dual character. Okay, that's it. The Labour Party has faulted Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka comment accusing the party of attempting to deceive Nigerians into believing that its presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, won the February 25th election. So I'll just leave it right there. I just wanted to tally that up as well. I believe that is all the article that I have, right? Okay. All right. I have another article here. Okay, no, I don't need this. Don't worry. Obi will reclaim back his mandate. Labour Party shifting assured Nigerians. Hopefully, by God's grace, for me, I want this to happen. So I would just like to quickly, let's come back to the artist again to, to round all this up. Meanwhile, we have reactions to what, do I have reactions? No reactions, sorry. No reactions. Okay, let's take this. This is it right there. That is Naira Marley. Naira Marley was the manager before, right? The where he initially came out from, Mohbad came out from. But I don't know what happened. I'm not here to talk about what happened, but I'm just going to project what is going on to you guys. So, because a lot of people are pointing finger at Naira Marley, saying Naira Marley, I take it live. The other one saying that the other one, Larry or whatever, Sam. So for me, let's start with this. That was the letter the guy, before he died, the petition he dropped for the Nigerian police. Nigerian police doesn't care about anybody. That's the problem. Sometimes we fight for them, the way they are treating them and all that, but do they really care about us as well? Because they supported, they submitted this and they did take it serious. And this guy now, did life again. He don't die. According to this, you can see petition of threat to life, malicious damage of properties, valued the sum of 5 million naira, assault, occasioning harm, oppression, and conduct likely to cause breach of peace against Sam Larry, Elegushi, Elele, Obele, and others. This one was on the 27th of June, 2023, just this year. Then this guy go complain these things. You see the problem why I deal to police. What you wanna do for this thing? But meanwhile, I just want you guys to quickly see, because it's a sad story though. To me, I didn't really know this guy that much when he was alive, but I pray God Almighty, please, to protect everybody, because it's a bad thing to see that somebody suddenly becomes so popular after his death. It's something else, to be honest. It's really, really something else. But meanwhile, I would like us to, look at this video here, for example.
Now, they are not treating me. Help me. I'm in jail, bro. Please just help me. I don't want to die. Help me. Please just, I'm now, they are not treating me. Help me. I'm in jail, bro. Please just help me. I don't want to die. Help me. Please just, I'm coming. Oh, yeah, I can't say bye-bye. I don't want to die. Yo, back, whoa. When you want to check out that conflict, over to hey, my bow, come up, my lady, you're here, go. I'm not down there. It's so quiet, no. Hey, my lady, hey, I am. My God, what you talk about before you there. My grandfather. I can't want this. Go on there. I can't want this. I can't want this. Over. Let's go.
Before we continue, let me get the attention of my brother. Give us a mandate. Are you there with me? Give us a mandate. Are you there? Okay. Because I need somebody that speaks Yoruba that can be able to interpret, because I have a couple of Yoruba's videos here. And give us a mandate is not there, but he's on the screen, but he's not hearing me. But meanwhile, let's move on.
Look at it. I did. Change the way I went to. Just look at your life. Let me just see. The day I was caught on drugs, all the power money. Even now, they are not treating me. Help me. I'm in jail, bro. Please just help me. I don't want to die.
Another one.
You don't do. She mean the beef you got.
You see what I'm married to Mohbad? See?
Look. You don't do what you want to do. No. You don't do. She mean the beef you got.
You see what I'm married to Mohbad? See?
Let me do one girl. I think it's I will see a powerful retention. No. I didn't report me. Man, I didn't report me.
Bro, you guys can see now. My guy just left now. The Chanjalea, what's it called? By them Samilari and all. My phone is with them. You understand?
I'm going to cool. Don't do me, but don't share everything.
No, I'm not worried.
That is very sad. Okay, meanwhile, let's listen to what this man have to say here.
Mohbad They say one musician don't die. Mohbad. Very young boy. Guy never. Look, I old past the boy said. Dead. I don't even know. I don't even know. Now one of my followers inbox me like I can't put 2 and 2 together. I don't hear that name before. That name they do music. Huh? Wait, huh? Dead? Wait a minute. And then what killed this young man? Since I don't try to remember that his most popular song, the thing no really come my head. But I'm sure I will remember him. I will go YouTube. I tell YouTube to play his song for me. Waiting kill this young boy. Some onye mini ana primitive say na voodoo, say na juju, then do am juju, saying go do show for Ikorodu, they do am juju. I beg, how much the boy they see where person they do am juju? I think say juju na jealousy based. Ooh, your life is tapping heavy. You they pay me for heart, so I want to quench you, right? I don't know, but how with the, you know what I'm saying? Anything is possible. Anything is possible. I'm in a stage of my life where I know they dismiss them right away. Anything is possible. You know what? Anything is possible. You know what? King of what?
Hey, jealousy.
Nkem na abia one of my fans, man, I check it. I mean, understand this music thing pass. I don't believe saying na voodoo. This life, Wabaja, this life has no meaning. Life has no meaning. This young man is dead now. Tomorrow now, by next Sunday, highest Sunday, everybody move on.
Exactly. That's it. They say highest Sunday, everybody move on. But let's see more reactions here, because I have a couple of reactions here that I want you guys to listen to. Even the guy that the accused came out to speak now. But let me see, because I have a couple of videos here. I'm not even sure which one I don't play because okay, let me bring this one. Let's listen to what, because the police have reacted as well. Let's listen to this first.
Saying that investigation would commence, and that is what we are going to do. Investigation would commence. If need be, the body will be exhumed. It's not too late. The body can be exhumed and autopsy can be performed. And the statement also states that people should bring whatever information they have to the Commissioner of Police, Lagos State. That's because we don't want to do hierarchy anymore. Take it to first, bring it to Lagos State Command. It doesn't matter. We are going to harmonize it within ourselves and ensure that justice is done.
Come, wait till they worry this policeman. Wait till they worry him. If like this one don't know his work, what is the first step? How do you leave number 1 step and you are going straight to the 4th step? You bring all the people involved in all this case first. Bring them in for questioning. Go and pack all of them. Bring them in for questioning. You they talk about autopsy. You go and dig his grave if possible. What is that? Go and carry Samilari, Neramali, Zinoliski, everybody in the Malian record. You bring in Belashmoda. You bring in Mohbad's girlfriend. Carry Mohbad's father. Because that one where they rush go to bury that boy, and at the yesterday boy not be Muslim. You pack all of them together. You put them in a room. You start asking questions one after the other. Then from there you can get evidence to know if you want to go and pull the boy out of the grave or not. Now you talk about this one. So as you don't talk about this one, everybody will go to hide evidence. Everybody go do the hide evidence. Everybody will recover their track. Bring Belashmoda in. Apparently, Belashmoda knows a lot because Mohbad don't confess to Ramsey, say, okay, this one beats me, this one beats me. Belashmoda will point out and say, okay, see what he tell me, you catch him. The girlfriends who go talk, say, okay, see what he tell me, you catch him. There are a lot of videos online, evidences online that is pointing out that, okay, Sam Larry used to beat the boy. Carry the Sam Larry, more can ask questions. Let's know what is going on. Carry Neramali, carry everybody. You they talk about, okay, where are all the people involved in the case? Pack them first. You dey talk the one that no one wants you. You dey talk the one who you want, they control public. We are not interested in this one. Leave the dead body first. Go pack all the people where they involved. You talk with you and don't send you.
That's Nigeria for you. Meanwhile, the same guy, this, although he speaks so much Yoruba here, I don't know if, give us a matter, are you there with us now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. All right, please pay attention to this video. Thank you.
Good evening. Gbogbo ìdá bá ti ń gbọ́ mi, orúkọ mi ni Samson ní Fọlámi Balógun Elétù. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí, Mohbad, brother mi ni mo like ẹ̀ gan. Gbogbo ìgbà tó wà ní my last record gan, òun náà mọ̀ pé mo ní love fóun. Even ìyàwó ẹ̀, gbogbo anybody mọ̀ pé mo ní love fún Mohbad. Gbogbo ìdí bá ń lọ, Kenya ni Dubai ni, màá ní Mohbad. Jájọ lọ máa sanwó fún my last record, já ṣe show, kájọ ṣeré lọ, ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. So tá bá ń jà bí kakúkọ, èmi ò lè pa Mohbad, mo love ẹ̀ so much. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ rí inú mi. Mo love èmi ò lè pa Mohbad, mi mọ̀ pa kọ́kọ́ pa ikú Mohbad. Fídíò tó ń lọ viral, àwọn nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ tipẹ́, nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ní last year tó yẹ pé kò ní sí ní Nàìjíríà. Àwọn fídíò tó ṣẹlẹ̀ tó wà ní Zanta wà lórí Rickshaw. Zanta ẹlẹ́rìí mi ni, ẹ pé Zanta kẹbí tí bá fọwọ́ kan Mohbad. Video club, ọ̀tọ̀ ní ọ̀rẹ́ tá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. Tẹ́ bá wo fídíò yẹn, ẹ rí pé àwọn bá sàn bẹ fídíò kan wà táwọn bá sàn bẹ Mohbad pé fílẹ̀ àwọn Sam Larry ti ń settle ọ̀rọ̀ yìí lọ́ọ̀kan. Má dá sí, kò sí tó kún ẹ Mohbad.
Okay, my brother beg, wait till he talk from beginning, because I know say I hear that beginning where they talk say nah Mohbad na my brother and all that, blah blah blah. When there's so many videos circulating, how you be one almost take your life and all that. But I don't know what he call the talk afterwards. Please talk to us.
Well, I think all protocols observed. I think on that one, what he was saying initially was that the young guy is his friend, his brother. He loves his wife, love his family. They travel together to different places, and that he cannot take the young man's life. That whatever video people have seen in the past about maybe conflict among them, that's been in the past, and he's not the one that actually took the guy's life. The last one that they did, they were talking to the guy that is deceased now, that people are already in the matter and you should just relax. But one thing that bothers me about this young man is we're talking about life here, and then this guy is smiling.
Exactly. And he's on, according to allegedly, he's on the run at the moment now. Nobody knows where he is.
It's not about being on the run. Nigeria is a crime scene. You played the video 2 days ago. One man said in that video, if everyone is still listening to that video, maybe you can look for that video when a guy went to interview people in Delta.
You are smiling.
Do you know what that man said in that video? That one of the men in that video that was interviewed 2 days ago. He said in Nigeria now you can kill somebody and nobody would do anything. If you guys pay attention to that video, that is what is happening now.
Let me finish it. Akporo, the comedian, I've responded as well, because to be honest, this was also my stand, because there's a lot of videos circulating currently everywhere on social media. And I asked this question on one of the comment section yesterday, how come you people did not release all these videos before he died? Why now? Let's listen to what Akporo have to say.
Predict time, and so it go happen. The boy dying now everywhere that they call his name. The boy dying now that they stream his songs. The boy dying now, story they come out. He was depressed. That they bully him. That they do this one. The boy dying now. When I bring out video, I don't know why we be like this for this country. See videos online. See videos now that they bully the boy. I not to know this boy like that. But it's annoying. When I get videos where there's evidence, I know we can give police. When I know we can give police. May they look into him. The boy die now. See video everywhere. Useless people. Useless people. Now when the boy die now, they talk, he dead depressed, he dead this one, he dead that one. And I don't carry videos, and I don't carry evidence, give police. Useless people. Mohbad don't die now. Everything everywhere.
To be honest, are we really supporting ourselves in Nigeria? Because if you guys were having all these videos, what happened? Do we really have people that can go extra miles just to protect your life in Nigeria? Do we have people that can go extra miles to make sure that you are safe? I don't know. Because we are good in sharing things. We are good in recording if you are there physically. I don't know, to be honest. But meanwhile, there's a response from some of our Edo brothers from Edo State. Let's listen to what they have to say here.
Now, which I get to continue now. When a young child get lost, say Mohbad not be Benin boy. Now, which I get to continue now. Mohbad not be Benin boy, but Parasi de Benin boy's body based on Benin boys to go love that boy. And all we are shares come online to come pass this message given and say, any can't see what they do for this industry, man, not do a our Benin boy that Charlie Poppy. If we not do a Charlie Poppy body, I swear, na house, on a go day, on a go the year, grrr, be. Anything I see, when I will take a bus, will come all the way from Upper Sakpoban Road. If you need to para, now lay about matter.
Very sad, very, 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 very sad that Mohbad is gone. The guy tried. The guy was actually talking, crying out, making. In fact, most of his complaints were coming out of a live stream. He always go live and complain. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Nobody will help him. For me, I don't know him. You know, the truth of the matter, I don't know him before he died. But unfortunately, I know his music. I don't know whether they happen like that or not. I know his music. Where they going to play music with all that? Because and this guy sing that music. So I don't know him. I know they follow him. I don't even know the name Mohbad. They're not making no say there's a name Mohbad. So the thing, everything just shocked me. So there's a lot of circulating videos everywhere. How he was complaining, how he was this and all that. Who tried to help him? That is my question. Are we really there to help each other as Nigerians? Or we are good to talk about each other? Because nobody helped this guy. Government did not help. The police did not help. None of his friends helped. It was just there. If he was not talking now say us go see come out, come say, if I talk come out now, he not talk come out. If I talk come out, I go you're quiet like that. He did. He went all the way to the police station. He filed a petition. He did series of live stream complaining. People were watching him live, commenting. All the videos are everywhere now. His wife complained. Everybody complained. But nobody could rescue him. Nobody could help him. You see, when I talk, this guy, now my Yoruba brother, right? Me, I do man. But I say him as he was my brother. But when we say we need a good Nigeria, a better Nigeria, some of you will be attacking us. You see now, because listen, when we say we need a good Nigeria and you are supporting bad Nigeria, anything can happen in a different way, different dimension, in a way that you would not even expect. Anybody can oppress you, suppress you, intimidate you, suffocate you. Without nobody will rescue you. You can be driving and fall in the pothole and die. NEPA sees your light. You want to go change generator, switch and do switch. It go shock you, you go die. You feel drink water for Nigeria, you go die. You feel go restaurants, go eat. You pay money for food where you pay put. You go eat and you go reach out, you go die. This is part of the failed system that we are preaching about. Anything. Nigeria is a crime scene. Nigeria is full of hazard. I've said this before here. Anything can kill you in Nigeria. If you check the rate of the people that die by mistake in Nigeria is higher. It's higher, yes, by mistake. You just driving, somebody was just or you are walking, somebody, I don't know what I want to explain now. Maybe two people they fight, the other one say me throw stone, the stone, you come meet you, you don't die. Or somebody they use hammer, they nail for your house, and all the thing, the nail flip, it can't shoot for your eye, you blind. Anything can take your life in Nigeria. Everybody, the day you arrive in Nigeria, you are on your own. Nothing is working. Guess what again? Guess what, my people? You see what happened to my boy Mohbad. Now they learn his name, Momon and Office. I never heard this name before. Now yesterday I heard this name. I don't know the guy. And I play music all the time. Me know your focus. God. Do you know that what happened to Mohbad? You will never, forever see this kind of things happen to any politician's children. Forever. In the history of Nigeria, it's not possible. Do you get where I'm coming from now? It's not possible. It's not possible. Or, for example, now, do you think anybody for the whole Nigeria can intimidate Davido like this? It's not possible now. You see? So two things involved in Nigeria. Either you belong to the political party or you are extremely rich to be exempted of these kind of situations. So then what happened to the average and poor people then? What happened? Anybody can just intimidate you and deal with you anyhow they like, and then you get out. What a country. When will they talk for you? Una go they say, no, Nigerians, you don't do it. Listen, I don't have anything to gain by this, gain what I'm doing, rather than I just need a better country, a country that I can be proud of. I want to be proud of my country for Christ's sake. A country you can go, you can have a bit of fresh air without not looking at your back, your shoulders. You they drive for Nigeria and so side mirror, you they look. So side mirror. If one particular car, yellow car, they follow you, follow another street, follow you, follow another street, follow you there, you tighten up your bets. If you not still the person where you get the way you take day, then you go oil your you know how they be. Prepare. What is all this? It's gone now. You see what the police they talk just now? Yes, if we what we assuming his body, we might do that. And nobody they don't never arrest anybody. And guess what? Naira Marley is untouchable. Yeah. I don't want to go there. Many of these people are untouchable. Very sad.
Mr. APC, can I just say something while you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, just to reiterate what you were saying, when I heard the story of this guy, and then I heard a little, like you said, honestly speaking, I do not know who this person is. I do not know him at all. It was just 2 days ago that I started hearing Mohbad. I saw it.
Me too.
I don't know who the guy is. And like you said, incidentally, I heard one song. I started to Google on YouTube Mohbad songs, and I heard one like, whoa, I used to hear this. I didn't even know who sang it. So, and when I heard the story of this guy, what came to my mind? There was a quote that you put up about the evil you support today. I don't know how that quote goes. And maybe you can, the quote I'm talking about, that evil you support today can affect you tomorrow, something like that. I can't really say about it. It's a quote from you that you always put up, And now we always say, pray that Nigeria don't happen to you. What came to my mind, because I was having a conversation with somebody concerning this guy, like I said yesterday, and it's not like
make it brief, please. Make it brief.
Okay, no, anyway, go ahead. When it's time my turn, maybe I'll say what I want to say. Go ahead.
Okay, man. Thank you. All right, my people. To be honest, this is disheartening. I know I'm making look at from this angle. Mohbad don't die now. Make we move on. No, I want you to look it in a general angle. Look at it that Nigeria is a country where anything can happen to you anyhow. Just have that in mind. If not you and I that is speaking for this man now, who wants to speak for him? Is it not the same Nigerians on social media? The same social media where some people they say we could not talk, we could not talk, we could not do this, we could not do this, or whatever. Is it not what is putting them under pressure right now? It's very sad. Listen, if you are supporting APC, why? I'm asking you why, for Christ's sake. Ask yourself why. Why? Do you like the way things is going on in Nigeria? Even by now, the state governor, Lagos state governor have not addressed it. Where dog go die for my city for UK for a year, they don't address them already. Eh? Dog go dog. If dog they sick, you see ambulance go they fly, they come. Now dog that they rush go hospital, everybody go they come off a road. Human, the whole full artist die now for the past 72 hours now, if I'm not mistaken. Except maybe if I'm wrong, I never see video say someone Ludo address ammo. Eh? I don't know. Why? It's crazy, man. Let me pick this call before I call on the people on the panel. If you want to call in, this is the best time. I want to take 5 calls. Good evening to you. Thank you very much for calling in, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. We are live. Good evening to you.
Oh, yes. Mr. Elvis, please, I'm not taking words from your mouth, okay? If you can, this topic that we're on, I'm gonna send you, there's something, a video I'm gonna send you. I don't know if you can finish it, this topic today, but if it's possible, when I send you that video, we could talk about it tomorrow. This is very deep. This is deeper than we can even think about. This is very, very deep. I'm telling you, most of those people in government are involved. When I send you that video, somebody who have done an extensive investigation, you will not believe your ears.
No, you are saying that the government are involved in the death of Mohbad. Is that what you're talking about?
Some of them.
Some of them. Okay.
I'm telling you, if you ask, give us our mandate. He listens to the platform where I'm gonna give you that from. Mayegun, okay, he listens to that. It's deeper.
Okay. Deeper. Thank you. Send it to me. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Anyway, no saying that death matter with this. So anything that anybody have to pass to me, it must have evidence so that I can play. If not, I'm not part of it. You know. Who is talking? Hello, who is talking? Your audio is very bad. We can't hear you. I don't know who was talking. Your audio is extremely bad. Sort that out. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Let me start calling on people to speak to us. Thank you. I'd like to appreciate the presence of Dr. Aruna with us. Aruna Guru, we can see right there in the comment section. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much, sir, for the support. God bless you, Mano Ferreira. Thank you for the support. Patricia Osaritin Enofe, my dear sister. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Oji. Thank you, Madabella, Naomi, Lady Eugenia. God bless you all. I appreciate every one of you. If you just join us right now, press on the like button. Let's start talking. God bless you, my people. Okay, meanwhile, let me call on the first person on the panel, which is Madarita. Madarita came first. It's supposed to be Mother Busy Brain, though, but I don't know. After Madarita, I'll come to Mother Busy Brain because Madarita that have the first. Please talk to us, Mother. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Elvis and everyone. Happy Friday. Today's a great day. Good afternoon to Mommy Diaspora, my mommy, and those of you wonderful, beautiful, and intelligent people in the comment section. Today is a great day, and we are happy to be alive. At least I'm happy to be alive. And, you see, Mr. Niger Watch and everyone, we are all in this struggle together. And any decision that is made is going to affect us, or rather haunt us one way or the other. If not today, tomorrow is another day. As for Kumuyi's district pastor, the man from Anambra State who resigned, I would like to give kudos to him, and I would like to say, if he's listening to me or his handlers, sir, you made the right decision. These are the kinds of stories that we love to hear. These are the kinds of stories that inspire people, that it kinds of open the minds of gullible people, or people who don't really understand the system of what these daddy geos have been operating on for so many years. So when you see one of their district pastors resign and he's giving reasons why he's resigning, it's left to the congregation to say, you know what, let me read and understand without being emotional, or just the fact that I just love Kumuyi as a man, forgetting, the other ingredients that makes him what he is today, and say, you know what, this decision that my district pastor has made, how does it affect me? How do I see the position of Kumuyi? How do in terms of politics, the position of the body of Christ in what's going on in Nigeria, the people who are representing the body of Christ by virtue of Daddy Geos and all these mega churches, and even if even the little churches, so-called little churches, or different cells, what do they represent? What are they standing for? Those are the things that the questions you should be asking. And then how can you merge it with the teachings of Jesus Christ? How can you merge it with the teachings of the Old Testament and the New Testament? It's not just going to church and singing hallelujah. You pay your tithes that you're not supposed to. You sing hallelujah and you go home and everything is peaches and cream. It doesn't work that way. Worlds are not developed that way. All of us are in diaspora. Some of us have not been in church for years. Some of us, you don't need to pray before you can. If you apply for a job and you have you know what to do in order for them to even call you for an interview, you don't have to pray to get that. You can pray because by faith you believe that you will be selected. That's fine. But you know that selection wasn't based on the fact that you know somebody up there, or your friend is the CEO, or your father owns the company, or your father or your mother knows the owner of the company, or but you know that if you were not selected, you believe that there was somebody who was probably better than you, and then you will say it with good faith, well, maybe God has something better for me, right? So these are the kinds of questions that we should be asking ourselves. So that pastor, God bless you, sir, and you made the right decision. And as per the man at body loan certificate issue, I think Mr. Jonathan, I want to refer to him because I said it 2 days ago. He said it's going to get to a point that because of this quest for legitimacy, Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the administration will forever do anything, even if it's selling Nigeria, just for them to grasp some little drop of legitimacy of some sort, especially with the West. So so these kinds of things where you see all of a sudden you are hearing certain things from the CBC or one media house in the United States and bringing this thing out, and then you hear the FBI is giving us little carrots and saying towards the end of October they'll give us the first 500. I said it before. I don't trust them. Because at the end of the day, and I don't even blame them, it's all about their own national interest. What does Nigerians have for Nigerians' national interest? Zero. They don't. What they have is personal interest. So if the Americans will say, hey, we want so and so oil wells, or this is what you're going to be supplying for us, or you are going to be doing this dirty job for us in West Africa and all the in countries that we are interested in because we want to slight Russia and these BRICS, whatever, you are going to do it and then we'll give you this. We will give you legitimacy. We will put it out there. We will sell you out to all the media houses that you can think of. They can do it. It's very doable. It is very doable. Wake up and smell the coffee, people. It's not everything you see on BBC or Fox News or CNN that is true. Everything is controlled by a set of oligarchs. Take it or leave it. There's godfatherism in every part of this world. It just depends on the degree and the interest of those godfathers. So this is what we're saying. So because of the quest for legitimacy, these are the things that's going to happen. Bat will use the coffers of the Nigerian taxpayers' money to pay his way, because he has been paying his way through, mobile, pay his way through getting a fake certificate, pay his way through being a governor of Lagos State, pay his way through being a senator, pay his way through to traditional rulers, pay his way through to pastors and daddy geos, pay his way through to immigration and customs, pay his way through the educational system in Nigeria, the political system in Nigeria, the social system in Nigeria, pay his way through to the tax system. He pays his way through because he believes what every drug baron does, everybody has a price. So he believes everybody got a prize. So he has been paying his way through, and he will pay his way through to the US. And the US, knowing who they are, anything that they believe that you can give to them for their own interest, they will pull through. They don't care about Nigeria. They don't care about me and you. They don't care about if he has a fake certificate. But they whatever deal that they make, with that the INEC select, and they know that he's desperate for the legitimacy. He's desperate to be seen as somebody who is credible. He's desperate to be seen as somebody who cares about democracy. He's desperate to look good in the eyes of people who do not want him. He would do anything. He would do anything. So even if CNN comes out and copy and paste the certificate out there and say, finally, the CSU, Chicago State University, they've said that, okay, he actually went there. They'll even give you his matric number. In fact, they can use AI these days, can even create the age Bat said he was, and create his actual look of how he was. They will change. They can do anything is possible in this world. In case you don't know, it's very possible. They can do that. Nigeria 87 trillion naira, debts. It's actually more than that, because they don't want to scare people. I believe it's about 100 trillion naira debts. That's where we are today. We are in it all. Every one of you are in it all, including me, everybody. And it's going to haunt us. Those who are supporting this, including the one that the Professor of Rice and Beans and the other likes of them, it's going to haunt us all. CSU will not authenticate the DOD certificates because they will indict themselves. Everybody is just being careful. Everyone is being careful. They will not, authenticate it. I mean, they may just put it out there and probably make a statement from their dean, or from the chancellor, whomever their representative, or through their lawyers, and just put it out there like, oh yes, he's gonna, he actually went to the school, and they'll just write some paragraph there, and they will tell you, oh, according to the 5th Amendment, and we are going to plead the 5th Amendment on Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He has a right, to approve, whether he can bring out his anything about him. I mean, for crying out loud, being a public officer, there's something called, and I think I've explained it here before, there's something called Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection Act. Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection Act. I know much about it here in Canada, but I don't know. I think the US has something similar to that. Even Nigeria has that. Jonathan signed that bill. Freedom of Information and the Privacy Protection Act. Nigeria calls it a different name, but is what I understand is what I'm just saying it now. That talks about dissemination of information, private figures, public figures. So there's so many clauses there. So if Mikano's lawyers can do what they need to do, maybe they may say, okay, I'm going to plead the 5th Amendment because it's a different jurisdiction. There's so many ways around these things. And going about what Abati said, and to be honest, even if I disagree with Abati, 99% of the time, there's something that he said, and it's a fact, even if we don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. He says the Constitution says a higher school qualification is not a prerequisite to be the president of Nigeria. So we are now going back to the fraudulent Constitution. And you wonder why the Constitution is like that, because the people who gathered around and used the term "we the people." We the people was not me from Edo State. It wasn't somebody from Ugeli or somebody from Lagos State or somebody from Ogun State or Okitipupa or some. No, it is a conglomerate of wicked men from the northern oligarchs that were we the people. Because if the reason why this high school certification was not a prerequisite, because looking at the system of the quota system, and we talked about this thing constantly in this channel about JAM. Why would somebody from the north will get 98, and they will enter for law, and we that from the south, you must get at least 350 from the south, and we're going to the same university, and then obviously they pass them, and that's why you start to wonder why we have people like Bukachua being a senator, and you start have to people like the one that the pep judge, one of them, and he's a judge. You wonder why, and then you now wonder, you have served the Nigerian state for years as a lawyer, and then you have no connection, and then you are so brilliant and intelligent, and you wonder why that person is not a chief justice. Because these people write this system, this constitution, to suit them, not to suit us. So that is why Ruben Abati was spot on. Take it or leave it. He was spot on. Get yourself abreast with the constitution. really and truly, and that's why you can be a governor of any state. You can have a primary school certificate. And that's why I think a few years back, when this certificate issue happened, a lot of people started going to their primary school. I went to my primary school. And when I went there, I found out that a lot of politicians who went to that same people who wanted to get involved in politics or who hoped to be in politics, they just didn't bother with their high school. They went to their primary school just to get their certificate certified, and then they got it because they were going to use that to apply for any political position. Full stop. They don't even need to submit their what they call. They don't need to submit their what they call it university certificate, because if you do that, they will now require you to bring your NYC certificate, because according to the Nigerian, since I think 1979 or 78 NYC started. I think it started by Obasanjo started it. You must, after you complete university, the next step is for NYSC. So that's why most of them, they just want to cover up, and they just like, let me just go and search for my primary school certificate. Yes, when I went to I was shocked when the principal was telling me this. I was perplexed. This was like years ago. So this is where we are today. Ruben Abati was right. We're going back to the constitution. So that's why you see, constitution is part of what is killing us. Every time we vote, sorry for using the K word, every time we vote, we make that constitution alive again. Every single time we vote. It's just unfortunate. And that's why I can't say you are in Nigerian, because if you enter the so-called entrapment called Nigeria, there is there's a selective law for certain people. So if you are a British citizen now, you know that you as a British citizen, that law also applies to the president, to the president's child, or to your mayor's child, or even to your mayor's grandchild, still a baby, applies to you too. Even if, of course, there might be separation based on age, but it applies to you as long as you're an adult. It applies to you. But in Nigeria, you know already that law is selective. So you are not really a Nigerian. What are you? You are either a Benin man, a Yoruba man, an Igbo man, a man from Ilesha, or you are a man from Potiskum. That is who you are. So that is why they not have the audacity to say it's our country. So in the constitution now, I'm trying to use for a very nice word, because we're on social media. It's a fraud. It is a fraud. So and I want to make something clear. The issue of the Bola Ahmed Tinubu certificate, it's not really the certificate per se. Let people understand this, and maybe you can tell other people, because people have been rattling a lot of nonsense on social media and spreading horrible voice notes and lies. The issue is, it is the authenticity of that certificate according to the guidelines of the electoral law. The authenticity. I'm repeating that word. Let me go down. It has to be real. We don't want fake certificates, because if you have a fake certificate, you are going against the guidelines of the Nigerian constitution, the so-called electoral law. You are going against it. You can't bring a fake certificate. Why was that man taken out in Bayelsa State? Why? Why is it not applying to Bola Ahmed Tinubu now? The present governor of Bayelsa State, we all know what happened because of the party that was elected. His deputy governor had a fake certificate. Why are they not applying this to BAT now? Even with Chetima's issue, why are they not applying it? So this is where we are. This is just really a zoo. Seriously. Now, you know what? Nigerians, please wait for the Supreme Court judgment, because guess what? If the Supreme Court judgment gives the INEC selects, you guys are going to see the true color of the alien in Aso Rock. He will now start the main engine of corruption. We kickstart full time. Right now they're in part time. Right now they're in part. It's like an aeroplane uses how many engines? I think more than 3 engines, depending on the plane. If one engine is running because he just want to be above ground, when they give him this, when the Supreme Court, Justice Ariwola, God forbid, all the engines will start to walk like a plane, and they will start flying full force, more than plane 747. That's what's just going to happen. They're just trying to be mellow. You will start seeing people being violent. MC Oloma will not come and say, yes, now we get them. The wicked Yoruba bigots will not say, yes, now our brother did there. All the minions and the traitors from the south, they will not stand there. Hey, we have arrived. That's what's going to happen. Right now, they're working on one engine. One engine is what they're working on right now. And for that Senator Ereti Kingibe, well, her comments just for me, her comments just established that the selected cabinet of this fraudulent administration, they don't even know the modus operandi of their duties. I mean, we've seen it in even the spokesman. He told us about Dubai, as if Dubai changes our blood or Dubai is going to make rice less than 55,000 naira or 60,000 naira now. I heard of Dubai, Nigerian Dubai relations now. How does it now affect the woman who is in the farm? How does it, how? It's for the rich people now. And their side chicks that they can, it's for, seriously. So, you can just see there's one lie after the other. They are searching for legitimacy. It got nothing to do with the progress of Nigeria. Let us call a spade a spade, and not a shovel. So whatever she's saying, she's just telling us that they don't know what they are doing. She can say what she said. And there's something that Ruben Abati said. He said section, when we're talking about what Abuja is, the differentiation between Abuja and other states of Nigeria. Ruben Abati said he now wanted to allude to the fact that Section 299 says it states that the FCT should be treated as if, I repeat, as if it were a state. For crying out loud, Abati, you should have expatiated. As if. Does that mean that it is? Maybe we should all go to English, all the English professors or English students, PhD English, please come out. As if. Perhaps if you read through that section, it's actually giving it as an administrative illustration. As if. It did not say it is. As if. It's just like saying a rabbit hops on his two legs. You will try to describe it to a child or say, okay, a rabbit hops on his 2 feet, just like as if he's a kangaroo. Because so you cannot say a kangaroo is a rabbit, or you can't say a rabbit is a kangaroo. The fact that they are hopping together is just trying to illustrate, to make an example, to say, you know what? Let it be that I'm teaching this child, biology. You know how a kangaroo is always hopping? That's the way a rabbit hops. So it retains in your memory to understand the subject. So in other words, they say treat Abuja as if, not it is, as if it's a state, meaning that for a state you have a governor. The president is a governor of Abuja. FCT minister is like a commissioner. So it's as if as a state. It's replicate as if, but it is not. It is not, because if it is, we'll have had 3 senators, right? You'll have had an elected governor. You'll have had a state house of assembly. So as if does not mean it is. Ruben Abati, you are a PhD holder. Whether you read law or English, perhaps, to be honest, because I know you belong to them anyway, but people feel like Nigerians, we don't know anything, or, it's just the tip of the old block, is same old. As if doesn't mean it is. I am a black person, and Mr. Elvis is a black person. Does that mean, and I'm a woman? So you say my color is just like Mr. Elvis' color. Does that mean I am a male? Does that mean I'm Mr. Elvis? Does that mean I look like him? You are trying it as an illustrative point. That's why they use that word, as if. Ruben Abati, Oga. Finally, about this Mohbad's passing on, may he so rest in peace, and may he get justice.
Please. 2 minutes.
Yes, may he get justice. I know this guy was talking about arrest. That's the bodybuilder. He was talking about, just arrest these people. We need to understand the law. You cannot just go and arrest somebody unless you have some evidence to show the reason why this person can be arrested. However, the police can call them for questioning, the same way they called Davido for questioning when one of his friends passed on, right? So, what I see here is cultism, narcotics, the echelons of the society, the connection with it. And then sometimes, I've listened to some of his songs, but I didn't even know it was him. I'm like, oh, wow. But it's so funny that I had somebody who had a lecture on the lyrics and the kinds of music with Nigerians are hearing. For example, this latest one now, Lonely at the Top. People are not, I see things probably a little bit deeper, but lonely at the top, Asake. And he's saying those things. Listen to those lines. Look at the person saying it. There are messages behind it. And one of my friends had this lecture about, this kind of like Davido talk about, hide your face if you don't have money. What does that say about the society? So there's a lot of things involved in this issue, and it's unfortunate that this young, talented young man just passed on for nothing. Perhaps, this is what we experience every day. We're talking about cultism, how all the echelons of society are part of it. Let us call it the way. They are all part of it. That's why some of them cannot be arrested or even called to questioning now. Forget about it. They cannot be called to because they have a bigger or somebody that is backing them. It's just unfortunate. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, Madam Rita, for your submission. Appreciate you. Let me quickly appreciate those of you right there on the comment section. Madam Bella Naomi, thank you once again. God bless you. Truth Teller, I don't know if you're still there. I saw your comment. You said I moved to Nigeria about 12 years ago. I don't know if that is a continuous statement or if you also continue after that. But if you moved to Nigeria 12 years ago, what does that mean? Please, can you finish that sentence? You moved to Nigeria 12 years ago. Now, are you still in Nigeria or have you moved out? Why did you leave the comment? You should let people know because we don't know what this is. Let me put it on the screen. You said, I moved to Nigeria 12 years ago. Then stop, full stop. So it means that it's not a continuous statement. Does it mean that is I don't know. Please make us to understand what you mean by that. Really, I have interest on it. Thank you. All right, let me call on
leave that person. Privacy Act. Madam Rita just talked about Privacy Act that Mr. Ebola is trying to dribble Nigeria. Leave that person alone. Madam Rita just talked about Privacy Act that Ebola is trying to dribble Nigeria with. You want to break Privacy Act? Don't break it, please. Leave that person.
No, this is not a break. This is not about privacy.
I'm only kidding. Don't take it serious, man.
It's a sentence. We need to know what that means. I moved to Nigeria 12 years ago. So have you moved out? Are you still there? Are you justifying the situation of Nigeria or are you against the situation? So we want to know this because this statement now, I don't know. Maybe somebody else understand what this means. Me, I don't know what it means. So that's what I'm asking. Thank you. Let me call on Madam Busy Brace. Madam Busy Brace, are you there with us? Okay, you are not available right now. I need to move on to the next person.
Yeah, please, can you call somebody? I'm just trying to round up them.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. When you are ready, write on the private chat. Thank you. Okay, One Love, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us at 8 minutes.
Mr. Elvis, good afternoon. Let me just have someone else take over for me for now. I'll join later.
Okay, I'll come back to you then. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Let me go to my brother. Give us a mandate. Please talk to us. Then after you will be Mr. Edwin. Or you are not also available, give us a mandate.
Well, thank you very much. Hopefully I'm coming out good.
Thank you.
Well, all protocols duly observed. I don't think with all that we've said or all that we are showing today, there may be too many coming from me. Well, we dealt with the issue of Wole Soyinka yesterday, and I think he would have gotten the memo. He's already served the memo, so let's wait for him to see if he has read the memo and he wants to respond to the memo. So I'll leave that there. Then on the issue of that young guy that actually lost his life, that is the negligence of that people suffer when you don't have the right people in power or in authority. It's only surprising that you can see figures like Akporo come outside and speak. For me, this same Akporo is not the one supporting Ebola. He's a supporter of Ebola now. So, and if you look at, if you trace the story of this young man that was taken down, the Oba of Elegushi also surfaced in that thing. That tells you that you were here during the election, how the Elegushi Palace was the place where they were carrying, they were dumping sacrifices and they were carrying their oro. Did anybody go to arrest Elegushi? No, they cannot touch them because Ebola is in power. Ebola is president selected by Mahmoud Yakub. So the only sad thing is 2 or 3 days ago, we watched a video here where somebody was interviewing people all over the states, I think in River State. And one man said something that was so significant. I don't know if you can pull up that video again, but that man, the man in blue and then the man in red, they both make a lot of sense. The man said Nigeria is not a country where you can pipe people. You can pipe not just one person. I said you can pipe people and nobody will ask, nobody will question you for it. The fact that this young man went to the police shows that he did everything possible to stop this evil from happening to him. But like the police, at least somebody came out and said, if you will not vote for Ebola, Mama Shukudi, no come outside though. And Nigerian police here, don't worry, it's only making joke, nothing will happen. Did anything happen? I leave it to answer that. Are you even sure if you have Nigerian police anymore? I will leave you to answer that question. Do you have Nigerian army anymore? You will answer that question. Or maybe you even have Nigerian naval or air force. You will answer that question. Nigeria is operating under a state capture. And this is what you experience. Whether their children will be involved or not, you will answer that question. Nigerians are the one that will determine what will happen in their country as time goes by and things begin to unveil. It's only sad that this young artist, even though I don't know his song, I never listened to his song. I actually sympathize with his family because this is a great loss. And they may have done that because probably most of these guys, I think Portable's name also came out. Naira Marley and the likes of them, and then the one that you just showed that was speaking in Yoruba. They may have seen that this is a rising star, and you know what? Why is he going to come out from anywhere and then just come out, shine us? And then they say, oh, you know what? Let's bring him down. Nigeria is a captured state. Your prayer, my prayer is that our families and our loved ones behind that are there, God should continue to protect them and then secure Nigeria. But still right now, I mean, Dr. CM shared his own story. Did they find the person that actually started this causing? No. Anytime he shared that story, I can just picture that incident and just like, gosh, man, this is a very sad one. Now, all of a sudden, this guy that spoke in Yoruba did not travel yesterday, or maybe he traveled before, I don't know. But all of a sudden, now you're in Kenya. And you think Nigerian police will do anything? Maybe yes, maybe not. But I will leave you to answer that question. Nigerians need to arise. Have you guys heard the story of Benin Republic? What is happening in Benin Republic? It is happening beside you. Hopefully, I mean, they said sometimes if they are taking something around your neighborhood, be careful so that they don't drop it. They don't drop it on your doorstep. Maybe it will get to Nigeria. Let's see. But it's happening also in Benin Republic. I think they're also on their own protest against, is it against their president or somebody? So, but let's see what the Nigerians will do after the Supreme Court. If they will take the bull by the horn and eat the street, or they will still wait for someone to come and serve them fufu and amala and begiri. But it's only sad. Now, on the issue of 25%, Ruben Abati, I know you are in school, maybe studying law, but saying that 25% of Abuja is nothing. For me, I don't think you have a word in this matter because there are precedents to Abuja. Every president that has ever ruled Nigeria as a democratic president won Abuja. They won 25% of Abuja. And it can be fact-checked. Only Tifnumbu, Amoda, Aweda, Ogunlere, Okoremi is the only one that did not win Abuja. And we can say that and say it all over again. Only Tifnumbu, Amoda, Aweda, Ogunlere, Okoremi, the husband of Remi, is the only one. The father of Sheyi is the only one that did not win Abuja. Those matters were taken to court, and Supreme Court presided over it and said Abuja is needed. So why now? But you know what? If the people in Lagos State, like the Elegushi, the people that worship Oro, if they can tell their God that, Oro, you know what? We know you used to come out in the night, but this one Amoda, Ogunlere, wants to be a president too, and is the husband of Remi, the father of Sheyi, is also a drug baron. So you, Oro, you must come out in the day, and the people from the southwest must vote, and the southeasterners must not vote. So if they can do that, what more can you expect? Now, going now to Chicago and CBS, you know, Tinubu's case is like Donald Trump. Anything they touch dies. Whatever they touch dies. Have you asked yourself, only but for God and those brave police officers, on January the 6th, here in the United States of America, Washington, D.C., the People's House would have been burnt down, because one Donald Trump also must be a president by force, by fire. Donald Trump has been indicted, but the druggie, Amoda Weda Ogunlere Okoremi, the father of Sheyi, is still there, parading himself as the president, selected by Mahmoud Yakub. Do you know, sir, that Biden's son, Hunter Biden, is being indicted for drug in the United States? But the same Biden is betting on abating with the Nigerian president, a druggie, that FBI will be releasing 500 badges of his record in some few weeks from now. So if Biden's son can be indicted in the United States, but he's peddling with a druggie, Amoda Aweda, Tifnumbu Ogunlere Okoremi, the father of Sheyi, it shows you that what will happen in Uganda may not happen in Sierra Leone. That means what happened in the United States may not happen in Nigeria, because institutions are different. Even though you may ask yourself that why didn't FBI release all of these documents before now? We still have a strong institution over here. The guy Mohbad that was spied, it is not like here where you go and tell the police, oh, this person did this against me, and police will go after, they will have to seek for everything to find the root cause. But over there, the police, they are eating corn, and they will continue to eat corn as much as this guy, for the number of days this guy remain in office. The police, the army, the Air Force, the naval, the civil defense, all of them, they will continue to eat corn, because institutions have been destroyed. They've been brought down. What we need to do as Nigerians is we will decide if we want to take our nation back or leave it for Amoda, Aweda, Ogunlere, Tifnumbu Okoremi, the father of Sheyi, and Wike, and Akpabiole. If the Nigerians want to leave Nigeria for Wike, Akpabiole, Sanwo-Eku, Dele Alake, and the likes of them, and then Otobokeyamo that came to lie about UAE. Do you know he has reversed his talk about UAE? Nigerians, we need to arise. We are smarter and stronger than this. These guys cannot be allowed to take us down anymore. It's enough. It's enough. We are only hoping that Supreme Court will do the right thing. Should they don't do the right thing, then what's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? People are in poverty. People are suffering, impoverished. Youth in their numbers may not even be able to afford school fee anymore. So for me, whatever you see in the media houses and then the newspapers, it just tells you that it's a state capture. Every one of them is scared of their life. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them because nobody wants their life to be cut short. But one thing is, stand for the truth. We come here every day to speak as it is because you have your conscience to hold. Your conscience to hold. And posterity is what we judge all of us. And then to the deeper life thing, you know, one thing is, that is what happens when people all of a sudden leave their founding principle and then just slip out of their ways. They just slip out. And so for that deeper life pastor, it just tells you that when you see young people growing up in their, maybe in their 10s, in their 11s, in their 20s, in their 18s, even in their 15s, going for different conferences, going for different leadership training under the tutelage of this of Pastor Kumoyi and many of them, Pastor Deboye, Bishop David Ekpo, and then all of them, and all of a sudden these people have held you to a high esteem, and when it's time for you to speak for your nation, you are not speaking. Like I said it some days ago, and I'll continue to say it. It will come to a time when you'll be laid in the seat feet, and they'll be saying, "Oh, this man did great. He did excellently well." But there was a time that his nation needs him to speak because they believe that if he speaks, his voice carries power. But he did not speak for the peace of the nation. Elisha, they fought against bad government. They fought. Elijah told Ahab, he said, when Ahab told him, he said, "This man, you are troubling this country." He said, "Your father and your father is the one troubling Israel." And Elijah said, the dog will lick your blood. The word of that prophet did not fall to the ground when he spoke against bad government. Men like Benson Idahosa spoke. Martin Luther King spoke. Nelson Mandela was kept in prison for 27 years fighting against apartheid. So Pastor Deboye, Bishop David Oyedepo, Pastor W.F. Kumuyi, the imams, the chiefs, and the people like Cairo, this is when your nation needs you. Young people, they've looked up to you. Many of you, they look up to you, taking you as mentors. But today you cannot speak the truth to power because this man is from your tribe. No! Over 88 people were pied in this election. A 19-year-old boy in Plateau just pied himself and said his destiny has been taken away. If Pastor W.F. Kumuyi will not speak about the death of Deborah, anytime I see Deborah's face, I can only imagine that a young, beautiful girl was cut down in the prime of her years. Her life was taken away, and the people that took her life even showed the matches they used in burning Deborah. Not one of these pastors spoke. Not one of these bishops spoke. They all kept mute. Because Deborah is not your daughter, she could have been your daughter. You may live in Glass House today, but remember, you were once poor. You were once nobody. And today you are somebody. People look up to you. Some even in their tents, going for even Christmas retreat and different retreats and conferences and conventions. And today they cannot hold you. They cannot trust your word anymore. So sad. So sad. So Nigerians, we have to arise and fight for our nation. We have to arise and take our country back from the hand of this wicked men, these by human beings, these looters. We need to arise and take our country back. Benin Republic is doing their own right now. Niger Republic. Gabon. When will it be the time of Nigeria? Bad governance is like cancer. It's like cancer. The death of Mohbad, I may not say his name right, permit me please. That is an evidence of what you enjoy in a bad leadership, in a bad government. People of FCT, you also need to arise because the renewed shake is about to be unleashed on you guys. Should that stout be allowed in Abuja? I'll leave it here for now. I'm still here to speak more. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for a wonderful submission. Okay, let me call on the next person, which is Mr. Edwin. Mr. Edwin, it's good to have you on the panel today. Good evening to you, sir.
Okay, Elvis,
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Okay, after Mr. Edwin,
Niger
I'll
Watch.
come back to you, madam.
Thank you very much, Niger Watch. I'm grateful and I greet everybody. Comment section, I greet all of you. I will say I'm sorry that I've been out for some days now since the last election verdict that was not only stolen, that was robbed from Nigerians. First and foremost, I want to go to what we should think of. You see, we have been asking these people who said it is their birthright to rule Nigeria by giving us just 4 major things. We have been demanding for good roads, good health, electricity, and security. Now, we were talking about Mohbad, who just passed on. And if part of the security we have been asking for has been there, that guy would have been living. This thing that happened to him wouldn't have happened. Because we didn't want to argue with them to say we want to share the nation with them by force. No. But give us the necessary amenities that is basic. And that is why this problem has been on. And again, Abati wants to, joyously, praise Ebola Tinubu by saying, yes, he praised Nigerians. He praised the youth of Nigerians. My friend, he has decided to praise the youth of Nigeria because what is even swallowing now from the youth of Nigeria through social media and through obedience is more than him. So any reckless talk he now make is only going to give him more problem. These praises he carried out today or yesterday is just to flag them off, make them feel it's already part of them and is understanding them already. And he's regarding them, recognizing them. This is what he did. This man is a hopeless game man that destroys anything around him. He is not standing for anything good.
Excuse me, sir.
So that is
gay.
Game.
Oh, game. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So that is exactly what he's doing. He's not helping and he's not praising Nigerian youth. No. He only did it because when his predecessor said Nigerians are lazy, the youths are lazy, then they now, during this election, they now pick up the battle of representative ideas to say, let us go and represent ourselves and vote, and let our vote be counted. And this is where we are. That's why we are where we are today. Now, he's now seeing it that the obedience and the social media people, he doesn't want their problem again. This is why he just flagged them, just to put them off and let them feel he's recognizing them and is praising them. No, this is the art of a dictator. People who are not ready to be honest with themselves. He has came in now for about 105 days and he has subverted Nigeria constitution completely out of use. That's exactly what he succeeded in doing, putting Nigeria into a total mess, playing game with the life of every Nigerian. Now look at what he's also doing now to CSU. His certificate
that our Ebola presented, the court judge asked the defense lawyer of the CSU, can you authenticate this certificate under oath? And the lawyer said no. He bluntly refused to acknowledge and to accept that his own clients will do that. So what else do we want to know that we've not known? Now, we are now only talking about this certificate. What about the perjury he committed by having a Gabon nationality? This man's offense is numerous. But we're just, everybody's not facing about it, just not saying certificate doesn't matter. He wasn't directly defending Tinubu this evening. He wasn't directly defending him that even university certificate is not important. That's what this man was, that was the message this man was passing. Thank you very much. When you are playing some videos, you tell people, listen carefully. Take your Bible, take something out of it. This man was defending Tinubu to say he does not really need a university certificate. That is what he was doing. Nothing more than that. And at the end of the day, he thinks we don't know where we are heading to. He thinks Nigerians are just like the same old Nigerians, like our fathers and mothers, who didn't care. Now the youths are awake. Social media is on air. They should not think it's going to be business as usual. They might try to gain the upper hand because the money they are using now to bribe these people. Every Nigerian should also know that this money is coming out from Nigeria Treasury. It's not their even personal money. You are using dog oil to fry dog, and you want people to clap for you. Everything this man is using right now is from Nigeria Treasury. Believe it or you leave it. That's the simple truth. This man, with the way and with the little we've seen in him that has been exposed of him, we all should know that this man, what he is doing, and all these people he's bribing, if they want to take $10 billion, this man will take that money out of Nigeria Treasury and give them. All these judges. That's what I came to conclusion with in the last week, Wednesday, election tribunal, so-called the verdict. If they want $10 billion as a price named for him to be there, this man will take that money out of Nigeria Treasury. It's common sense. Now, we are now also saying the Komoye, what is it called? I don't know what the church. That man, if you know him and the way he has been doing things, he has been respecting himself. But you see, I'm sorry to say, give us our mandate, sir. Understand what the language I want to use. It's not mainly for all Yorubas. Most of these gullible Nigerians that we fed are up to the sleeve. Most of them are disappointing Nigerians this time by trying to say Yoruba local. That is what most of the Yorubas, most of them, the well up to sleeve Nigerians that are Yoruba, that's what they are doing now. That's what they are showing the nation. That is our time and it must come to stay. How many times?
Sorry, sir. Can I interject, sir?
Very well.
Well, if they believe it's their time, their time, and then they are already eating sand and rice together, right? It's their time. They are eating rice and sand together. It is their time.
But
they are not buying fuel cheaper. It is their time. They have a drug lord in the office.
Yeah, these people now. Let me tell you one thing. You see, this man they try to enforce on most of us now is going to destroy our credibility after 3 years from now. Outside, in the outside world, it's going to
so that is what So for those that are saying that it is their time, that is what they have decided to do to destroy.
So at the end of the day, if you should understand that is exactly what most of them are doing. You cannot imagine Wole Soyinka, whom people were even fighting for, trying to respect, to protect his interests, and said he has tried enough. Look at what is coming out of him again. That's to tell you, this man is a master to corruption and to responsible act destructive elements. He destroys those that are responsible, and he corrupts those who are already irresponsible and put them all along. That's exactly what he's doing. Can you imagine Wole Soyinka fighting this cause again? Going as far as to South Africa to go and say what he was saying. I hope he will listen to himself again after that broadcast and then listen to what was coming out of his mouth. But it's a pity. And the pastor that decided to disassociate himself from his church did the right thing. He cannot force him. He's the owner, he's the general overseer of that church. In spite that the pastor has also contributed his quarter and built up the church also somehow, but he decided to stay clear. And that was the best thing he could do. And let's leave it like that for him. Because this man, there's nothing that will make this man to see beyond his nose right now. Because there has been compromised, most of them. And we come to Mohbad. This guy, if you, like that guy who was not, like that police officer was not saying they have to assume him. I think that was a very brilliant, and that is, homicide act. Normally, they have to assume him almost immediately. Now that he was buried wrongly when most of the investigation was not carried. So when somebody was challenging him to say, you should not talk about assuming, I think that person did not really have idea of what he was talking about. Now, after that being said, there's another thing the police was now saying, give us every information you have to help us to work. My dear brother, anybody that give police information in Nigeria, the police will now leak that information to the suspect. And the suspect will not be after you. They'll go after you. We know all these things. That is where I will not accept, and that is where I will not, try to advise anybody to listen to this person and believe in them. Any information you give to them, they will now go to the suspect, tell them, Ogasio, this person is a person, you know this person, see what they can tell us. Then they give us information about you. If let's say you get first class information, when I need to find out what I will do, it matter. That's exactly what happened. And this thing that this boy was crying out from social media everywhere, even going as far as to make a police report, this is what makes some of these boys, they run into different court organizations just to get some protection. People can also see now what drives most of these small boys into courtism. This is exactly one of those things that drive them in. That I'm not supporting now or saying it was the best they are doing, but at the end, in a place when all efforts and all avenue has been exhausted and they see no hope for the next security, which Nigeria is supposed to provide for them, is why some of where they will run into court. It's what gives birth to courtism to most boys. So they will now become courtists. And then they will now also want to oppress other people or retaliate in any form. This is exactly one of the syndrome that you put your sword now. We have heard it, we hear it now, and it's playing out. Nothing more that causes that. So nobody, if there's any useful information, they should, if this family are ready to chase or to take up this matter, they should give it to the family's lawyer, not to the police, because the police, they will just, if they even have an idea of those people that are responsible, whatever information you are giving them now, they're also selling it to those people. That's what the Nigerian police, that's what they do. Nobody can tell me, no, it's not possible. No, this is exactly what they do. At times, whatever information you give to them, they will not give it to the suspect to come and change the statement. They will not hear the formal statement he has made. And they use that, reframe the new statement he's going to make so that it can now be able to stand whatever the witness has given. That's what happened in Nigeria. So it's only when you've not dealt with these people or you don't have a encounter with them, you will not understand the possibility. This is exactly what they do. They will get information from you, they will sell it out, use to make money by asking for bribe to give those suspects the information, and the suspect will pay. They will now go through the statement he has made before. If it's the one that is implicating, They will not tear up that statement and not create chance for that person to make a fresh statement. So after all that being said, now what really captures my mind that I want to really come to Nigeria Watch this evening to say, because tomorrow might be too late, is that allegedly Shetima is planning to buy land for cattle headers in states, different states. And this is the continuation of Ruga. Nigeria Watch, sir, please, I beg of you. I know you are smart, you have your brain, and you can also reason. This thing that is out again, that he wants to buy land for cattle headers in all states, it is still the same Ruga program. Let this now please be on air. Warning states and let their citizens warn their governors. Those CDA, like for example in Benin, that wants to sell at any reason for just any amount because they need money. This thing should please be on air. What Shetima is planning is another Ruga they want to reintroduce. The first Ruga came in through land acquisition. It failed. Now, let us now bring out the cash. When we buy it, because anything they will buy now, before you know it, instantly they'll go and get your phone on it. So they will not seal up that thing. So it will not be in the other way around. Then we will not act, it will not look like penny wise pants foolish. The Ruga they failed to bring during what's it called Buhari, they are not coming back again now with Shetima. And with Shetima, of course, is one of the principal drive behind Ruga. Now Buhari has failed. He wants to use his own time now to reintroduce that thing. Let it start flying on air, and no state should sell land for anything like Helder, because it is the same Ruga program. They should know it. The people should not know it. It's very, very important. Before the Supreme Court will now give verdict, we don't know how much and how quick they could be. But while we are waiting for the Supreme Court, which of course most people have lost the confidence and hope, but we are hoping on necessity, which will always give birth to father and mother of invention. If necessity, by the grace of God, the Supreme Court decides to say no, let it be right for once, then the government will be over. Otherwise, the earlier this thing go on air, the better for most states. This is the new avenue now they want to come out with. And that is another direction of Ruga. It's a new method. Please, every state, Nigerian Southerners, we didn't say the Northerners cannot live. The Hausas have been living in Benin for donkey years. We have what we call Hausa quarters in Edo State, in Benin City. But not these cattle headmen. They are not good and their plan is evil. They are not coming to any state. Wherever they take, they will not plant their so-called, I don't know what they call it, whether emir or whatever. And any land where they acquire and crown their emir, it now become a state of theirs. That's their policy. Go and read about Fulani and go and read about their agenda. Right from the time of Usman Dafodo. And that's how they took over North. The Fulanis, they are not Northerners, they are not Hausas. This is the method they use to now create emirs all over North. Check in the history. How many real Hausa man is an emir in the North? Dig into it. Try to know. These are part of the way they will now use to solidate their supremacy over Nigerians and over the country, Nigeria. Now that the military is failing out of them, the political democratic system is now building up. Now they want to now recalculate their steps and then spread out of the north. That's exactly what they are trying to do. So they will not end at nothing. But the more we follow them with a clear eye, the better for the entire country.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dream. God bless you, sir, for your submission. Yes, you were trying to call me that we should focus on the Ruga that
The new Ruga system is an advanced Ruga system. By saying Shetima is now saying he wants to buy land from state to give to cattle headers because it's a way to help them. It's still Ruga.
Okay. For me, to be honest, that checkmating Tinubu, is different from my mission right now. After Supreme Court, then checkmating Tinubu's government, yes, but I hope that doesn't happen. But for now, I'm not here to checkmate their government.
So I understand you and I appreciate what you are doing is perfect. Nobody can be perfect 100%, but so far so good. What you are doing for our nation, for our society, and for our country, and for our citizens is perfect. But what I'm begging for is that let us start to flash let the information be getting out flashly, so that people will start to have a little idea. We must not discuss it yet, just to flash it.
No, it doesn't matter like you did just now. Yes, anybody who joined the panel, you can, any other thing that is trending that I didn't talk about, as long as it's legitimate, then why not? You can talk about it. But for me to put it as a topic to come on air for now, is not my mission yet at all. My mission now is we are on Supreme Court now. That's what I'm waiting for. But any other person is allowed, like Mr. Edwin just did. If you come here, just add it to your submission. Then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
I want to believe. Sorry for just cutting in. What?
Yeah,
Mr.
I wanted to call you now. I want it to be added to your minutes.
Oga Elvis is just a very potent, so a relevant.
No, is this your minutes now, madam? Now,
it's just by the way now.
Hey, anyway. By the way, is this your minutes now?
Oga Elvis, give me an extra. I have a lot to say.
Okay, talk to us.
Good.
Good evening, ma'am.
My fellow Niger Watch family, honestly, is a privilege and an opportunity for me. When I have the time to do this, I'm so grateful, So thank you for having us, Oga Elvis, once more, for doing this, for coming out, standing in the gap. Thank you, because it's very, very important.
Thank you.
These are very critical times, more so for our country, Nigeria, because Nigeria is currently under siege. We are under siege. We have been kidnapped. We have been arrested. And this is a battle. This is a war. Whether we understand it or not, the implication is deep. I think this is the time not to be just surface. Please, even if you won't do anything, just go and research. Anybody hearing me, just go and research. Research about what is going on. Follow your sixth sense. That sixth sense is that spirit in us. We are all spiritual beings. And that sixth sense, if something does not sound right, it means something is not right. There is something wrong somewhere. So follow that. It is a leading. Like I said, the nature of my job, I do a lot of inquiries, which means I do a lot of investigation. And if in the course of my inquiries, I find that there is a line of inquiry, if something doesn't sit right, there is no evidence for it. There is no, I know we are living in a world where it is all fact-based. Yes, everything fact is good, but there is that fact that is the truth that cannot be explained. Go with it. It would lead you to the truth, and you'll be able to bring out evidence from it. Go with that sixth sense, please. This is not the time to just sit down and be spoon-fed. Go and find your truth. The truth. If things don't, the way we've been living lives for the past 3 years, does it make sense to you? Does it make sense to you? Just because you still for those of us living in the diaspora, living in one luxury or the other. And for those of us that are going from one shift to the other, for those of us that are living on the daily, those of us in the diaspora, no matter what, to a degree, we would say maybe our life is better than those living at home, because they do not have to struggle for the bare minimum, for the basics of life. Don't be seduced to think that the struggle is over, is them that are suffering it. You never know how it will come and meet you where you are. So you wake up, ask the questions. Don't just sit down and be fighting shift after shift. Yes, you fight for the shift after shift, but at the same time, you multitask. These are times for hard work. These are times that you don't just sit down. You sit down and then death will wear you in a hand basket and hand you to the devil. Because if you are not sensitive in your spirit, sensitive to the times that we are in, you will go into situations blindly that will lead to your demise. Fellow Nigerians, I'm speaking to us. Let me start with Mohbad. He wasn't the person I wanted to start with, but let me start with him. But before I start with him, please let me just say what Oga Edwin just spoke about the Ruga buying, by Shetima. Right now, the world has made me very skeptical. If they say it is good morning, I do not take their word for it. I have to open the curtain and check and make sure it is good morning. Sometimes I might not even believe that the curtain is even telling me the truth. I'll have to go out and feel the weather on my skin to be able to agree that, yes, it is good morning. Shetima saying he's buying for Fulani. Whose money are they using to buy the land for the Fulani? Whose money? Number one. Are they going to carry to buy the land for the Fulani people to go and do the whatever? Who is giving them the money? Is it going to come from government coffers? Is he bringing the money from his own pocket? Or is he going to collect the money from the Fulani ranchers? Where is the money going to come from? And let us not be fooled that the land, he's buying land for ranchers. We've been hearing that, but now I'm beginning to think that there is more to it. There is really more to this land grabbing. Now our eyes are open that these people are out for our resources. What makes you think it is not the diplomatic way of buying land that they know is rich in minerals? And they are using these diabolical, evil enemies of Nigeria and Nigerians to use to perpetrate that means. We've heard when Femi Falana came to come and just talk about a case that he dealt with, where the people went to buy a land, they bought it at a ridiculous amount, not knowing that what is under the soil, that they knew what was under the soil more than the people that live on the land. There are satellites right now. Those satellites that they have put up in the universe, it tells them exactly where your resources are. They know what is in your backyard more than you. They know everything. So they are using these people. They are telling us that they are going to buy Ruga. Buy Ruga for who? Where's the money going to come from? Please, Nigerians, wake up. The reason why I'm adding my voice to Oga Edwin is that if at the end of the day, I understand where Oga Elvis is coming. If we are able to get our president in position, all this Ruga matter will be out of the question, because he will do things the right way. So the focus should continue to be in getting our mandate back. Thieves. Okay, let me go to Mohbad. You see, Mohbad, that man that made a statement here that said, where were people when all this was happening? That it's not that he's dying, that everybody is bringing out receipts. Nigerians, what has happened to us? We should be our own brother's keepers. Somebody is crying out for help. He's crying out for help, and nobody. He even wrote to the police. He wrote to the police, and the police did not do anything. Of course, they know what is going on. Oga Elvis, I went on X like everyone else.
Yes.
Like you, I did not know this man. But it is his death that made me know him. Not knowing that I've even listened to his songs. I've just like you. I've heard his song, but I've never known who sang the song. You just listen to it and then you move on. But his death is not going to be, let us not make his death go in vain, because it goes deeper than what we all are looking at on the surface. Yes, bullying in the music industry, it was just not bullying. You will need to ask yourself, what did this man do that he was being bullied? What did he do? Or what did he not do that he's being bullied? Allegedly, he signed a contract. Allegedly, he signed a contract to be a musician, to sing under the label, I think, belonging to Naira Marley. Fine and good. Then, allegedly, it is alleged that he was asked to swear an oath, which this young man did not. And the oath, you see, there's a certain group of these musicians that are being used allegedly as drug mules, as people that would transport drugs from one place to the other. And imagine an international star, a musician well known, is going to go abroad, do world tour. I leave the rest to your imagination. And there is indication, allegedly, that this is going to the man at the top, Oga at the top. You see, it is a sophisticated, organized, criminal drug cartel that has blossomed in Nigeria. I am telling you, Nigerians, this is not the time to just sit down. We need to fight back for the soul of our country. We need to fight back and get morality back on the table, back in our schools, back in our homes, back in our places of work, back in the system. You see, that person called Naira Marley, I don't like his, if you ask me which is his music, I can't really tell you now. But there's a song that he sang that is very vulgar. I heard he was allegedly, well, he was in the UK before, but because of crime, he ran out of the country and returned back to Nigeria, where his crimes, his criminal intent, his criminal mind will flourish, and his intentions will blossom. He became a big celebrity criminal. Now tell me, this same Naira Marley, about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, there was a video that was circulating that I came across that added my dislike to him. I am not perfect. But the moment we start to agree and agree, with the moment we do not fight back to evil, when evil is evil, when something is wrong, it's wrong. Let's not sit down and be quiet. That is why I agree with yesterday. I went back and I was reflecting when Madam Victoria said we should not be giving them time and be talking. We need to push back. We need to talk. It's because we've gone so long without pushing back, without condemning, without saying, no, it's wrong. You shouldn't be like this. That is why Nigeria is becoming deplorable morally. There was a video that that young girls, around that time, I was even thinking of sending my daughter to secondary school in Nigeria. Because of that video, I refused. That video, young girls as young as 12, 11, those in boarding school, in the bush, they were smoking, dancing, one kind of stupid dancing, drinking concocted kinds of alcohol, and they are all telling themselves they are Malians. And from what we understand of the Malian young girls, they sleep with any man. They sneak out of school. Because they are Malian, it gives them the covering. I'm a Malian. Oh, woe betide you. Woe betide you. And these are the people that have been given platform to go and destroy our children. And guess what? NDLEA put this same Malian, this drug user, put him as the face of NDLEA. How ironic. A user to be put as a face of NDLEA. Tonto Dike, may God bless her. She was the only person that was outraged about this. Where have our morals gone? Those that have platforms, where have our morals gone? You choose and pick and select the things that you go and amplify, and those things do not glorify your spirit, do not glorify your body, do not glorify the community that you reside in. How will you feel your own daughter, your son, ingesting these things? How would you feel that your daughter is being used by men and useless? They have sunk the country into a state where children, girls are out there being pimped about, and then the money is given to their parents to pay bill, and the parents will look the other way, knowing fully well a 16-year-old, where did she get that money from? They'll come and say they've bought car. They'll be thanking God. Which God are you thanking that a 16-year-old have bought you a car? Nigerians, it is a shame. Go and dig into this artist Mohbad's death. Go and find out why did they persecute him? Why did they buy him? They might not have physically buyed him, but the beating that they've beaten him, they say he was depressed and everything. You never know. It might be delayed reaction of one beating that later on reacted to something. You don't know. The police were not notified. That a letter that is circulating that he wrote to them for protection, but they let him down. A video of him that you just showed us now saying he doesn't want to die. Why? Why did nothing happen? Then when he now died, we now hear a stupid family member. May, oh God, yeah, a merciful God. If you deal with us the way we deserve to be dealt with, nobody will be standing. They are now trying to change the narrative and accusing that the wife is the one that did it. You know, that Speed Darlington that was saying that life has no meaning. In Nigeria, if the alleged context is to be believed of how this man came to buy, because he refused to sign an oath, because these young boys are being used to cartel, to move these things around. So they make them sign an oath not to betray, not to sell out. But he wanted to only sing music. That is why he went there. Now you are trying to get him to go and do something that his spirit does not agree with. Maybe he's even done it, but he refuses to do an oath, which becomes spiritual. And they say Well, I want to assume he's a Christian, considering that they are saying he's not a Muslim. Or he could be a traditionalist. But if he was a traditionalist, I don't think he would have refused to do that oath. So there is some certain form of morality in this young man, even though he came from nothing. Instead, he stood his ground. May you find peace wherever you are, Mohbad. I don't know you, unfortunately. For all those who are sitting down there listening to this, who are aspiring, who are in situations that the same like Mohbad or something similar, identify who to speak up to. These evil people do not like light. That is why platforms like this are there for you to shout so that it can be amplified. Identify truth seekers and truth tellers that you go to and tell. They say a few of his friends are aware. In their own way, maybe they try to support, but what kind of support did they give him? What kind of advice did they give him? Did they think they could contain the evil, or were they also afraid they did not want the evil to reach them? These are questions that we'll be asking ourselves. The system has let Mohbad down. Nigeria has happened to Mohbad, and shame to all those who have the power to have stopped it. Elegushi Palace coming out to denounce. I smell something fishy. Something very, very fishy. There are pictures circulating of this man with the police, is it police commissioner or whoever? There are pictures circulating of him with the person, the bully, the Samilami, or the Samilari or whatever. They are coming to denounce that he's not what, but he is one of you. He might not be a priest, a prince. He might not be a family member to the throne, but he is one of you. Now, it is coming to mind, we need to ask questions. If dubious characters such as this person are fraternizing with our royal fathers, then tell me, who are these royal fathers? Who are they? Who do they pay their allegiance to? The throne that they sit on is supposed to be sacred, but it doesn't appear to be. I saw somewhere that Obasanjo, where did I see it? I was just flipping through, that he's called them out. May we call all these useless Tommy infrastructure royal fathers. Royal, what makes them royal? Disroyal, dishonorable people. It is this same Elegushi that perpetrated crime during the election. As far as I'm concerned, what he did during that election period, the Obas in that Lagos, what they did, they deserve to be locked up. I refuse. See, the only person I give honor to, and it's my God. Nobody is perfect. I get it. But anybody that does not do right, that is not fair to another person, does not deserve the honor and respect given to him or her. So I will not honor such a person. We've seen religious leaders that we've revered go left. Why should I go left with him when I know that the right is the right way? Then when they go left, I go right and I denounce them. What we are trying to say is, let us try and stand in the path of right. There is nothing, right is right. It can never go wrong. You might not reap the benefit of it now. Even if you have to buy, but the benefit will come after. Your children's and your children's children will benefit from that right thing that you did, even though you did not benefit from it during your lifetime. The police have failed. And I want to believe they are complicit. Already, the way they are even approaching this case, you can see that they are complicit in the matter. How? They are going to exhume the body. Exhume the body. Before you go exhuming the body, have you rounded up all those people? Just like that guy said in the video you showed, Guy Elvis. You've not done the simple thing. Have you gone round to get around all those people? And what makes you think talk is cheap? They will come and tell us they've exhumed body, but do we know if they will do it? Do we really know? Who will do the autopsy? Who will tell the truth? If they can buy 103 or is it 113 people during EndSARS, and they hit the bodies, and they did not come out to say the truth of the matter, what makes us think this is something that they would? If you this one, the can of worms that is under this Mohbad, the revelation that will come out from this Mohbad, Nigerians, let us flood. Let us take it out. What the enemy does not like is light. You remember when we were small, we used to watch this horror movie, Dracula. Dracula, the moment he doesn't like light, it's only darkness. You think that it's just film that they are showing us? It is the reality. They know. All these people that have been showing us all those films, we used to think that it is art imitating life. No, it is life that is imitating art. A lot of the things that they've been showing that we've been thinking, oh, it's movie. Are we not seeing it now? They are revealing it slowly to us. They've conditioned us so that when it happens, we won't see it as anything. They don't like exposure. So let us expose them. Let us bring it out. Any information you have, put it out there. Amplify it. That is why the Soyinka man is trying to clamp obedience down, because he understands the magnitude of what obedience are doing, exposing the darkness, the things that they did in the dark. Because once it is out there, they have no power. They have no power. When it was brought out that the election man, that they are writing the election, the judgment, that what is that, Fashola is writing the judgment. Did it not come out to be the truth? Then people come and say conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory are turning to be the truth seekers and the truth tellers. It's people that are seeking for truth that are called conspiracy theorists. And if I'm called one, I'll wear it with a badge of honor. And this Sammy Larry coming out from his hole, if he is clear and his conscience is clear, why is he hiding? He's coming out to say he likes Mohbad. Do you bully a friend? Do you bully somebody you love? Look at his face. His face is that of a person that buys people. He said, according to Give Us Our Mandate, when you translated, you said he said he is not the one that took the guy's life. Who said the guy's life was taken? Can you see how he's telling us that they fired him? Why didn't he say the guy died naturally? Nobody did anything to him. Why is he saying he is not the one that took the guy's life? So if it is not true, that means you know who took it. He knows who took it. On this Mohbad, let me rest a bit here. Let me jump to Mr. Agbati. When you were showing that video, I was driving. Hey, I screamed. I said, Agbati, the face of evil on Arise TV. Why I agree with him that our constitution says, our constitution says that an individual can vie for the position of a president with a primary school certificate, which I agree with 100% with my dearest sister, Sister Rita, about the fact that the constitution is a diabolical one. How can a primary school leaver be tasked with ruling a whole country? What is it that the primary school leaver would have had or achieved to demonstrate ability, capacity, and the wherewithal to rule? So somebody with a secondary school leaver who has no education whatsoever, no work experience whatsoever, nothing whatsoever, but all he has is loads of money. Or anybody from any country can come and fund his presidency campaign or election or whatever. And then he finds himself in a position of power. Nigerians, I ask you, how do you think that person will do? How will that person fare? What does the person have in them to be able to lead a nation? That is why we are where we are today. And whoever gave us that constitution knew exactly what they were doing. Oga Abati, why did I even put Oga in front? Oga Spinner, spin doctor that you are. Today, if I was just going with the thought that Abati, maybe they've bought you, why are you like this? Today I knew for certain that this man is as evil. He is evil. Pata. There is no two ways about the evil that he has ingested over the course of his life. I don't want to go by his looks. Abati, I pray you hear this. So, in relation to that, to what is in court, that's all you have to say. You killed the matter by saying it is of no relevance that somebody has forged. I'm shouting here. My neighbors have been knocking on our door lately because the Nigerian matter is, I don't know how to moderate my voice. I cannot understand. And he's on Arise TV. Arise TV. Today I just felt, I felt strongly that man needs to leave TV. He is no addition to TV. He thinks it is coming and just reciting legislation for us, using legislation technicalities to try and douse the real issue. Who told him the real issue is the fact that he is in the fact that he's the results is about presidency and primary school results? Who told him that is the real issue? The real issue is the fact that the criminal put forward a lie. The criminal forged and put forward a lie, presented himself as something that he is not. We do not know what he is. He put in there that he went to this uni and he's gotten this certificate, knowing fully well he did not. How can such a liar, a rogue, a thief come and tell me he's my president and you are Bati? You will just okay it like that. How can you just okay it like that? Whoa. I say, whoa, what a shame and disgrace. I feel sorry for your children. Your children are abroad, isn't it? In this very England. You normally come out and come and visit, isn't it, Abati? You are well traveled. You are well exposed.
Thank you. I hope I give you enough minutes today, right?
Thank you. I'll come back to finish it.
You don't talk for more than 25 minutes.
Oh, bless. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. I'll come back during my second round.
Final submission. Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you so much.
Mother Busy Brace. God bless you. Thank you. All right, my people, I appreciate you all. I deliberately have to let her speak because for a couple of days now, we've been truncating our minutes and all that. So, yes, how you guys doing, my people? I can see a couple of you were trying to call in. If anybody want to call in now, in the next 1 minute, 30 seconds, if I did not receive a call, I'll call someone on the panel to speak to us. Thank you. Guys, please press on the like button. Help us to share. Today is Friday, though. Friday looks like a day that people are not really available again. It used to be Saturday or Sunday, I don't know. Okay, we have Mother Joy with us. Mother Joy, thanks for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. Mother Joy, can you hear me?
Hello?
Thank you very much. Good evening to you, madam. Talk to us.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Mr. Niger Watch. Hi, all my well-meaning Nigerians. We are in this battle. We are in this, and we will keep pushing. That's all I can say right now. Something I want to say quickly. The fact that I think I lost the trail of my thought. But yeah, I just want to comment on when Dr. Haruna and Mr. Oshun Toko was talking. There were two things they highlighted that kind of really caught my attention, which is what I have, being like it's been like my focus, and it was about this constitution thing, and the way they brought it and put it also made me kind of start thinking towards that direction. And if you guys remember, you realize when we were like 10 damning case that there is no way. Everybody was like, there is no way these people can escape one of it. And it was all trashed. The reason why it was trashed was because even by the constitution, it looked like there is only one Nigerian by the constitution, the one that has the ability to cancel anything, overrule anything, which is the president. So now he has used his authority because the way the constitution was framed, there is even no space for anybody. So it looked like we are on one side and this one man. And let me tell us quickly why everyone is like, it's like Mr. Peter Obi came out, and he is one man that why the whole Nigeria came out in drones rushing is because there was an antecedent that could have given us what we have needed for the last 60 years. And that is a man with character, a man that has been proven. He said it. So Nigerians are not fools. They saw the hope they have prayed for, needed in a man, in a human being, and everybody rushed out. People from diaspora, we are sponsoring, please go and vote. This is it. This is it for us. And we voted, and Peter Obi won the election. But what happened? This Mahmoud and the organized crime, because what has been ruling Nigeria is organized crime. They still went and manipulated it. Look at all the series of things that Nigerians have been doing to see how they can come out. Now the question is, where from here? If he does what he has done with if he does the same thing on Supreme Court, what are we going to do? Because we are our only hope right now, Nigerians, look at what happened to that young man. Look at how he just died like that. Because nobody, nothing. It is a country ruled by organized crime. And if any Nigeria is listening to me, all you need to think is, what is the next possible thing? You guys are talking about Shetima. When they came the first time, they came to in guys that, oh, we come in peace. Can you give us space? Now they are coming in force. And nobody is going to stop them from acquiring the land. Who born you to say you're not going to sell the land? Look at what is happening in Bronu, where he came from. Lives are wasted every day. Who told you he's not going to do it in the East? When they are putting the next thing that is going on, do you people realize that now there are two words they are using to remove people that are already voted in, already legally voted in? They are removing them one by one, serially. So this is a crisis. This is emergency. If this man does what he did with the Guinea courts and then do it with Supreme Court, something needs to be done like right now. Not even maybe we shouldn't even be waiting for this Supreme Court. Start. What is the plan B? Because it is scary. I think I rest it there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mother Joy. God bless you. Okay. Let me take two more calls and then I'm done. Okay, nobody's calling in right now. You want to call in? Some of you called earlier. If you want to call in now because I want to call in. I'm going to go back to the panel right away.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Can I quickly say something, right?
I already picked a call. Sorry. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chris. Please talk to us. Good evening to you, sir. I'll come back to give us a mandate. Mr.
Good
Chris,
evening,
are you
sir.
there?
Good evening,
Yeah, good evening,
sir. Good evening, everybody in the panel. My name is Chris. I'm calling from Dublin. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to contribute. Well, I think it's almost clear to everybody that the problem we are having in Nigeria is the problem of the constitution. And you see, the people that put the constitution there, the oligarchs, they are very, very aware that it is only the likes, people that have the kind of mind like His Excellency Peter Obi, that can actually change this constitution. People that are willing to sacrifice everything for the country instead of for themselves and the tribes and religions that they belong to. So that is why they are doing everything to stop His Excellency Peter Obi from getting to power. Because they know if he does, he's going to make a lot of changes that will move the nation forward and remove the life of the country from the hands, from the clutches of the people that are holding the nation down. They know themselves. They are there in the religious establishment, in the military, in the institutions, in the university, anywhere, name them. So that is the reason why we must keep fighting to ensure that we get to the root of this whole matter. And like I've always said, there's almost no point blaming the colonial masters. I always say that even in the chat group. How can a people, you wake up and you give yourself a constitution such that a secondary school holder, now you don't even have to pass. All you need to do is to attend SSC or its equivalent. And you live the life of 200 million people and still counting. An economy that's worth over $500 million GDP. You place that economy in the hands of somebody that has O level or its equivalent. Why did they do this? It's because they know it fits the narratives of the North. Because if they are to go by the excellent strategies that other countries have applied to their country, they know a lot of people cannot compete. That is why today, how come children in the South, they have to do 2-3 times better in order to get into institutions? And these people that use low score to get into institutions, they will turn up to be the leaders of the country tomorrow. And they know Peter Obi is going to change this narrative. So that is why they are stopping. That is why the hatred, if you see the hatred, the institutional hatred against the obedience and everything that represents Peter Obi, we shouldn't be surprised. It is only the Fulanis that have been able to eke out a living out of this country we call Nigeria. You will never see any Fulani man, irrespective of what the Fulanis are doing, you will never see them criticizing each other. They will have a way of keep protecting themselves. It's what I keep saying. How can you tell me now? Just 2 days ago, 13 communities were sacked in Bauchi and it didn't make the headline. But let one needle dropped in the southeast. Everybody will come for Peter Obi. Everybody will come for the southeastern politician. As we speak, people, Nigerians are paying tax to bandits and terrorists in the northern part of the country, but nobody is talking about this. But if a pin drops in the southeast, everybody will be up in arms because they know the southeast represents the region that has stood hand in hand to stop these oligarchs. They know the southeast, they are the only people that have stood in every way that has been on their way. So that is why they are all out coming out for this set of people. And every other Nigerians for that matter. If you are not from Southeast, the way they see everybody, it's either you are Yoruba, Hausa, or you are an Igbo. Take it or leave it. I've lived there for 13 years, and the nature of my work exposed me to everybody from the highest to the lowest. In their weakest points, I've seen them all. I know exactly what I'm talking about. So any other solution, if we think any other solution like giving up on this mandate is going to help us, never. They made that similar mistake during Jonathan's time. And this time, they made the mistake again because they never gave Peter Obi any chance. They thought we were 4 people tweeting in a room. But before they knew it, they were taking on our words. Look at the way they bent all the laws, all the rules. Look at intelligent people speaking as dons. They've turned the society where morons have become barons and thieves have become chiefs. So what else are we going to do other than to continue to fight for this mandate? How can you tell me, is this not a cultist agenda that a professor that has won a Nobel Prize will be defending a drug baron? That is a society where thieves have become chiefs. That's the kind of society our leaders have created for us. And we must never relent in trying to ensure that we grab this power away from them. The musician that was died is a clear example of the rot of the society. Madam Busy Brain succinctly painted it. Although she stopped in some places, yes, we all understood what she was trying to say. We know our president. We know who they voted for. Their president, I mean to say. We know his relationship to drugs. And we know these people. We know these musicians. We know that this guy wasn't just spied like that. It has to do with somebody up there. It has to do with the cartel. Like Madam Bisimbre said, these celebrities, if they are going abroad, securities are relaxed. They can go everywhere to perform. Their entourage, their team, they go with a lot of things, allegedly, but we all know what they are up to. So Nigeria is turned to a narcotic state already. We all know all this. So why are we going to give up? Never. Because if we give up and we leave it to them, they are going to overrun everybody. You can see it's an institutional thing. All of them, irrespective of their political divide, they are all feasting together. Can you imagine what's his name? Tinubu now claiming that Wike is now his advisor. Somebody in PDP, now your advisor in APC. Can you imagine the system they've created? Look at the religious leaders that should speak up. They are all in the same room. They are all dining together. They are all in the same bedroom. They are bathing together. If we think these people are speaking for us, we are just wasting time. And if we are talking about traditional ruler, Oba Elegushi is not a traditional ruler. It was created by Tinubu. It was in the police service commission before Tinubu created that stool and gave him that position. And since then, he has been all out for Tinubu. It's not the same of Lugushi that said he was going to throw the Igbos into the lagoon if they refused to vote for Tinubu. It's the same person. So their histories are not far. if you just flip a little back and you see all these people in their raw elements, they don't mean well for any of us. Even the Ruben Abati, we all know what these people are up to. Look at the seasoned journalist. Look at how far he has reduced his IQ in order to be able to defend these satanic institutions that has gripped life away from everybody in Nigeria. In any how you look at it, we are all victims. In any how you look at it, we are all Biafrans in a way. In a way, Biafrans in quotes, because they see us as the same. These people are just for one thing. Any person that stands up to challenge them, they are coming for you. If you stand up to challenge them, they are coming for you, no matter what you do. And unfortunately for them, the person that has represented the strength behind this fight, His Excellency Peter Obi, is not going to relent. They've not seen anything to hold against him. To the extent it will take a certain Loretta Onoche to just declare from nowhere that he should be, the DSS should arrest him. Based on what? Somebody that has kept quiet. He has been, the obedience are blaming him that he has not allowed people to protest. Yet people are still blaming Peter Obi that is the one causing trouble. Is this not funny?
All right. Thank you.
Is this not funny? Such a
Thank you.
peaceful man.
Thank you.
So,
thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I just want to round up 5 seconds.
Okay.
Please, let's continue in this fight and together we will succeed. Mr. Nanjawas, thank you very much. I know I spent a lot of time talking. I'm very sorry. Thank you for the opportunity. I don't take it for granted. Thank
God
you so
bless
much,
you, sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Oga Chris, come on.
Mr. Nanjawas.
Yes, Black Panther.
Yeah, I just wanted to pass information, which I don't know if you know what. Something happened yesterday. Somebody used your name, your platform, to get into my WhatsApp and said you ordered for a meeting. But I notified it immediately. Immediately I dropped. Yes, immediately I dropped.
You want to hack your WhatsApp?
Yes, immediately I dropped. My WhatsApp now got muted. So I have to drop my WhatsApp down and leave it for like 20 hours before I came on again.
That
so
means WhatsApp needs to be removed from the group then.
That is what I'm saying. You need to re-edit your WhatsApp again because people have infiltrated into it.
No, they have been doing that now. We've been announcing that, sir. It's not a breaking news. We've been announcing it forever. You people should not be sending people code on. Why the code that they asked you to send to him? Why did you send it to him, Black Panther?
No, I didn't send any code to him.
So how did he manage?
He wanted to give me a code. I didn't send any code. So I now just went off. I stopped it. Then I now wait for some time.
I don't know why you people communicate with people that you don't know. That I kept saying this thing for the past 2 million years. Why do you people communicate with people you don't know? Even though the person come that, oh, Elvis sent me. Me and you finished broadcast, we went to bed. Why will I send anybody to come to your WhatsApp, for example?
I dropped the phone immediately.
Yeah, but it's not to leave you. I believe I've seen so many people that live abroad, especially you people that live abroad, falling a victim of this. Sometimes beginning to baffles me that with all the knowledge that we've gathered in abroad, you still fall in the victim. A stranger will just call you, hello, your papa say, make I tell you, say, may you enter this car. You live in abroad. That's the surprising part of it. Because for me, whenever I hear this story, I'm not happy about it in your side, not of the people that called you. How did you succumb to this? How did you fall on it? It's a question. It's just like many people have called me for this. Oh, Mr. Najawa, somebody called me. He said, you asked me to call and I sent him money. I did it. I said, go to hell. I'm sorry I'm using that word. Just go to hell. Because at the end of the day, you can't be living in abroad. Stranger called you.
Okay,
that was saying he sent that money. It's so annoying. So annoying. I've said my call on our platform 2 billion times. People still fall on it. It's not a good thing, to be honest. It's something else. The reason why we don't post link on our group till tomorrow is because I want to protect my followers. When you tell people don't post link, either they will post link, some of them will tell you I was sleeping, some of them will tell you I forgot, some of them will tell you I never meant to. We want a better Nigeria. We cannot set a good example. We want a better Nigeria. We cannot take the lead of what we want. How many times they tell you, say, make you not drive, make you not beat red light for abroad, and you beat and you call the tell UK police or America or German police, say, oh, sorry, it was a mistake. You'll be penalized. I'm not a perfect person. Me, myself, where they talk to now for you, but you people should see how I live my life now. How many of you now, I they talk on air, how many people have I ever come to his inbox to ask you money? How many? Never. None. I don't do that. Me, personally, do I come to anybody's inbox? Your WhatsApp, have you ever went to bed and you wake up, you see, say, now my message, that me send you personal message? In the history since I've been on this media? How many? So if me, myself, I've never, ever, I'm talking on air now, that nobody have anything against me, and I've never come to your WhatsApp, message you, say, my brother, how far now? I just say, make I greet you. This have never happened. Then somebody will not message you. Nigeria was say, make I tell you, say, we get Zoom meeting. You can say, okay, how far now? Which time? I don't get it. Black Panther, you just fall my hand on this. You don't have any explanation. To be honest, because you are too learned more than this to fall on this kind of miscreants, these fraudulent Yahoo boys, these satanic APC people. Me, myself, I receive series of emails every day. When I look at your subject of your email, it doesn't make sense. I'm not reading the body of the email. I'm not interested. In case the email was genuine and you sent it, I did not receive, I did not respond to you, you will resend again. It's just like somebody calling you with a private number. You called me once, I did not pick because I could not see who the number. You called second time, did not pick. You called third time, did not pick. And you refuse to send a message. You have indicated that you are a fraudster. You are a useless human being. Because if you are real, you caught somebody once. Normally, it should be twice. But let's say 3 times. And the person did not pick. If you are real, you're supposed to send message. Hello, good morning, sir. Good morning, ma. It's me, Tunde. I'm trying to call you from so line. I don't have credit on my phone. Explain yourself. I promise you 95% of everybody that you call will then call you back. But for you not to send a message to explain who you are, you kept calling for 200 times, missed call on a no number. You are satanic. Please, there are common things that is easy for everybody to know. And now the problem now that if you belong to our group, you've allowed yourself to fall into this satanic scam automatically. Because you belong to the group, everybody inside the group are now vulnerable. Everybody is vulnerable. For me, I don't know how to explain it. I don't just know how to explain it. The first thing is, why on earth you'll be chatting with somebody you don't know? Hello, okay, somebody have recorded them so many times. I posted it on our platform. Their first conversation is, hello, thank you, I'm calling from Nigeria. Mr. Evie said I should tell you that we have a Zoom meeting. I'm here every day. Every day. I've never mentioned it here that we have a Zoom meeting. So sudden, in the midnight, I don't say more a good night. Somebody call the call, you say, we'll get Zoom meeting. And you succumb or you fall on it. I'm using this opportunity to talk to everybody. Please, if anybody fall in that category, don't tell me anymore because it makes me mad. It just makes me mad. I don't want to hear because you don't reach 2 billion people you don't talk about. I'm not interested because it's a common sense. Let's take it and stop putting other people in risk inside the group as well. Hey? There are fraudsters everywhere. All these Yahoo boys that don't want to work, they want to live under people's sweat. For me, not be me get sense parcel. It go hard before you get my attention. It go hard. How? How on earth? How? You must be real. If you're not real, you go. If you call me once, I don't pick your phone, send a message. I will not ask you. If you did not send, then don't call. You have already indicated you are fake.
Good evening, sir. Hello. Good evening, sir.
Oga CM did not mute himself. You say good evening, sir. Oga CM, I just muted you. Leave it like that now and talk to your person that you're talking to. All right. Thank you very much, my people. And let's move on. Please, guys, please. The safety of my followers is my priority. When I say people don't post link in the group, people will continue to break it. That's why I've told my admins now that they don't even give yellow card anymore. Be giving them red straight. Anybody that posts link, no explanation, give them red and throw them out. I'm sorry that I'm talking like this. It sounds rude, but it's painful. This is the same thing. That's why we find ourselves in where we are today in Nigeria. Instruction. It gives headache. It gives stress. Instruction. How can you come back and be explaining to me, I wanted to, and enough mistakenly, what are you saying? I belong to groups as well. They have never one day complained about me that I posted something in their group. It's not possible. Treat people how you want to be treated. But our people will post link. They believe they will come and explain later. They want to come and explain rubbish. I was passing one junction, the link fall out of my bag. It now fell inside the group. So please forgive me. So I didn't know my bag was having a hole. So it was leaking. So what are you explaining? We cannot have a better Nigeria if we don't follow instruction. I've explained so many times. I even have headache. Let's move on, my people. Thank you very much. I just wish somebody learned. I bet you, my people, more than not worried. In a week from now, I will hear I'll complain over this again. Somebody will one way or the other create another one way or the other say, no mistake, I take post link. Not your verse. I wanted to send it to my wife. Did it come fall inside Nigeria Watch group? Link is the quickest way for people to scam you in your life. Link. People can create a link that looks similar to what you access every single day to scam you. Thank you, Mr. Blampart. I will have to remove you from the group. Then we'll put you back again, so that because that person is already he might be hitting hard on my on our followers already inside the group. You know.
Okay, Elvis, can I just say there's a somehow I think it's a widespread thing, because I'm just going through my messages. A lot of the groups I'm in, there is this person called Daniel going round with a number calling people about meeting.
Yeah, it's a normal thing. This thing has been going on for the past 2 years. My question is not the duration. Why on earth will any stranger call you that there's a meeting and send you a code on your phone, ask you to read the same code back to him? Why? Why do you reduce yourself to that?
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. If you find yourself in that category, know that you have problem. Work on yourself. It's simple.
Mr. Elvis, how do these people get into your private chat, by the way?
I don't know. Those ones is not even my business. My business is one love. Somebody just message you. Somebody message you and telling you that Mr. Evie said I should message you that we have a Zoom meeting. Or tomorrow the person will not message you, sir. Mr. Evie said that we should donate so money like this. You now send him like 50 pounds. You now come and be telling me later. It's just like I said it. I mentioned it on this platform before. I don't know if some of you were here. Some of my workers that used to work with me go on my followers' inbox to beg them for money. I don't have money to pay rent. I don't have money. My laptop spoil. My phone spoil. And these people were happy there, and I'm not aware. I'm not aware, for Christ's sake. And some of my followers were not even angry with me that Elvis is he could not even tell me thank you. For the past 6 months now, happy one of his staff buy laptop, buy this, buy that. I was like, by the way, me send you that satanic meeting before una do una call me inside. It's strange. Please, guys, please, especially those of us that live abroad, we should set a good example for our people that live back home. Cannot be in abroad for how many years? We should know everything now. You should know everything. I don't know how to correct human beings. The safety of my other followers is my priority. Because once they penetrate you, they have access to everybody in the group. They have access to their numbers. They start calling every other person inside the group, telling them, we have a Zoom meeting. Wetin can't do me. Which big I can't big. When me myself not use my man announce on a live broadcast that we have a Zoom meeting. Must I send somebody to come and be calling people? That is a common sense. I beg my people, please. I don't to talk this thing tire. That make me react like this. And I want to say this again. Anybody who send link in our group, as you don't send them, just remove yourself. Because no fee say you send after 6 hours, now we take CMO. If now 6 hours we take CMO, you'll be removed. So if now maybe your fair find lagoon, your fair jump put by yourself. Because instruction that we cannot follow and we want a better Nigeria, it's not possible. Somebody told me the other day that, Mr. Elvis, yes, we want a better Nigeria. Do you know that some of the people that is crying that we want a better Nigeria, if they have the opportunity to be there, they will also be corrupt. And it's the truth. You have not shown today now that if you are there, we people can trust you. Now, when you reach there, now you can't tell us, say, we can trust you. Instruction is the biggest thing to follow in Nigeria. Instruction. And then they follow for our brother with Deo. Once we all reach Nigeria, never we want to follow them again. Let's work on ourselves, please. Nobody is perfect. I'm not a perfect person as well, but when we say instruction, let's just follow it. Let's follow it. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you all. Let me call on F. Emmanuel. F. Emmanuel, are you there, sir?
My brother, good evening, good afternoon, good morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the emphasis on these scammers. I've encountered similar thing, I think 2 weeks ago, these scammers on my WhatsApp, but I didn't even listen to them because I don't know them, Thank you for emphasizing it. Anyway, the thing I really want to emphasize here, first of all, on this whole video you've shown today is I agree to every one of you in the panel. My brother, give us a mandate. I hear you.
Thank you.
I have 8 minutes, Abi.
Yes, sir.
Glory be to God. So, my sister, Busy Brains, I also greet you. Inageja, Inawini.
Lafia, hello. Lafia, hello.
Wanabiu.
Sanu.
Yeah. All right. What Abati said today, you think, hurts me to my bone marrow. How can a so-called doctor Abati make that kind of comment with the high level of literacy we have in Nigeria? That even if you don't have school certificate, as long as you attend any seminar, and there's an MC there that handed over this a attendance certificate, it's enough for you to rule Nigeria. Really? Is it not the big go-through we're talking about here? Really? Can you say the same thing to another person that is from another tribe or region? Why are we like this? Why would like this? So Nigeria now, the only people that are qualified to rule Nigeria are people that are below secondary school or primary school. What a shame. What a shame. We are complaining of professors. Now he's taking off down below. It's unfortunate, sincerely. I think our major problem is, as Mr. Is it Charles? What was his name that called from Dublin? Chris Duff from Dublin. Our major problem is actually that constitution. And the drafters of that constitution, the way I look at it, I think they are more of Northerners. I start to be corrected anyway. Because, in the North, in those days, I'm not talking about now, in those days, school is not really a thing. School is not really a thing. So they brought it to the barest minimum of the northern person, average northern person, educationally, to their lowest background. And we in the south, southeast, west, and any other region apart from the north, this other region goes to school very well. They are at least to an extent well educated compared to the north. So I think the redrafters of this constitution is real majority. I think from the way I see it, because I see no reason why we have well-read people, and at the end, people that will be leading us will just be people that have just school start or primary school or didn't even go anywhere. I don't think it's a good thing. That constitution needs to be reviewed, and a standard should be raised. The standard should be raised for you to rule Nigeria. You must have had your first degree, must have probably masters, will be an added advantage, not a school start. That is not too good. That's not too good for our democracy, if you ask me. That is by the way. Then for Wike, that is being held today by Agbado man, what do you expect? Birds of the same feather. Wike now is learning from his new Oga, which is Agbado, who has held Lagos State under his armpit. He has pocketed Lagos State. Now Wike is doing the same thing. In fact, last week I had a sister-in-law that was telling me, this is, let me just use allegedly, according to Elvis, happens that all the people in government that is in my state, River State, happens to be people that were installed by Wike himself. That means Sim was just managing to be there as a figurehead. So all the cabinet, allegedly, let me use that word, So that means at the end of Sim's tenure, Wike will still be the person to decide who next is going to be the governor of the state. That's what it means. That's what it means. So where is the democracy we're talking about? Where is the democracy we're, clamoring for? If one man can hold a whole state hostage, it's a pity. We still have a long way to go. A really long way to go. Then for Prof. Wole, well, anything that has to do with all this Wole thing, when you heard of Olu Wole, I don't know, there is something about all these people that answer Wole. There is always something mischievous and something, I don't know. They are not always straightforward. They like to cut corner and see the truth and call it the other name. I'm just Ben. It's unfortunate. I don't know the meaning of that name. Sincerely, I'm not a Yoruba person, so I wouldn't know the meaning. But 70% of that name Wole or Oluwole. Aha. There is always something to that. For that is based on my observation. That's my own observation anyway. I have my opinion. So that is for that. Then there is something that Osu Tokun said today that gladdens my mind when he was interviewed by the Arise. He said, we're not just, is he hoping or something? That a kind of assurance in Supreme Court that is just beyond just hoping. A kind of, I can't remember the kind, the way he put it, but there is confidence the way he spoke today. There's a level of confidence that we might probably reclaim our mandate through the Supreme Court, because I don't see where Supreme Court will allow all the mess that has gone through petition tribunal to just slide that way. I don't think so, because they really made a mess of our judiciary. So Supreme Court has the opportunity now to clear the mess, so that he can, keep it named on a clean slate. Otherwise, if Supreme Court follows the same line that these people did, that means Nigeria is gone. We don't have institution anymore. We're already lawless by nature. Nigeria is naturally lawless country. So if the last hope of man, an institution that's built for being the last hope of man, is now also bastardized, then we don't have where to run to anymore. So I think I'm a little bit pleased by that powerful statement, because he said 10 conditions by the petitioners is enough to get this Agbado man out of the way, which the lawyers didn't even visit, which the lawyer didn't even pay attention to. Rather, they are just getting angry unnecessarily, taking side, giving judgment instead of justice. But it's okay. We keep all hope alive. We believe we'll get to the end of the whole matter. The Chicago certificate is still springing up, so we don't know the end of it yet. They are saying this Chicago have confirmed that he attended the school. Okay, but if they can confirm that they attend the school, but cannot authenticate the certificate, then there's discrepancy.
Sorry, can I interject you on that?
Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so Chicago said Bola Tinubu attended the university, but the issue is which Bola Tinubu did attend the university, because on that certificate is a female that is on that certificate. So it's just like they said, F. Emmanuel used to come to Niger Watch, and somebody will say, "Oh, which F. Emmanuel, is it the female one or the male one?" So Chicago may say that one Bola Tinubu attended their university, but is it Tifnumbu Amoda Ogunlere, Sheyi's dad, Remi husband, or Mrs. Bola A. Tinubu was the one? So it may be Bola Adenike Tinubu that attended, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu collaborate the certificate from Oluwole Market and start using the certificate.
Okay, that is one. That is on the details on the certificate right now. So, but the issue now, they can't even verify. There is already disparity between the certificate, even the logo. The person that signed.
What Chicago is doing is Chicago is playing safe. They don't want to go and swear under oath.
Because the
they can say
on that
that
certificate,
just like saying that F. Emmanuel went to Sabongeri Primary School, and we can authenticate that we are the one that issued the certificate. So one Bola Tinubu came to Chicago University, but we cannot authenticate the certificates that the Bola Tinubu, drug baron, Amoda Ogunlere, Sheyi's father, Remy husband, we cannot authenticate the result in his hand that we are the one that issued that one. But one Bola A. Tinubu came to our school.
Okay. That is the status for now.
Round up, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So let me just round up. The truth is that whether they can authenticate it or they cannot authenticate it, the bottom line is that in their record they have Bola Tinubu, right? And the one they have in their record is a female gender. That solves the matter. And the certificate and the signature of the person that signed the one this guy has, Bola Tinubu has, is the signature of the person that has not even started the school. The person started in 98. He finished in 79. So there is a lot to dig out of this whole matter. Even if they have Ahmed Tinubu in their data as a student that attended Chicago CSU. So they need to clear that. They can't run away on all this disparity, all this discrepancy rather. They cannot. They need to really verify. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sam. God bless you. Thanks for your submission. Okay, let me call on because I'm trying to call on the new people on the panel, before I move on. Okay, Black Panther, I don't reach your turn now. Thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you, my brother. Talk to us. 8 minutes. Black Panther, are you there? Okay, I'll go to Oga CM then. If Oga CM is available. Oga CM, are you there? Because you're off your camera as well. I don't know if you're there.
Mr. Elvis, never reached my turn since morning. Oh, well. Okay, no.
Not true. What happened?
I never hear a voice today.
I make me no answer you.
No, be that one. I beg, go sit down.
I make me no answer you. Which I the yarn?
You day yes is me no know.
I did now.
Black Panther want to act like
this man. Just confusion. I just listen to you since. I listen to you since now. You know, I like to be quiet.
No, but Elvis don't bulala us more today. Elvis don't.
I listen to her since now. I don't want to tell her what happened.
I want to know how we take Miss Madanena. How?
So what
do Yakubu now?
I don't know what I do today.
So, Madanena, what do we do to Elvis? Should we prevent him from eating agida and pepper soup?
Anyway, you may also want to consider maybe Madanena, maybe she, stylishly just put her head on the pillow and she did.
Okay, then, hey, maybe
no, I've been here. I've been listening to everybody. I don't miss any single thing that's been said.
No, but I be they find who I want to give the blame now. Mama Danena, maybe you take the blame now. All right, talk to us.
Now you don't talk to Tinubu without to say that Tinubu said that the school I make the hero.
At the school, I then make a female, no be cousin.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks for your patience anyway. So I don't know how that happened. We work every day. Sometimes this can happen. We are not perfect. Thank you.
Oh, maybe you meet our boy, so Madam Busy Brain. You give Madam Busy Brain that long minutes. So maybe you come to say, two people and I stick together.
Exactly. Madam Busy Brain uses all the minutes we did this.
And I mean that you go thank me.
Thank you, my brother Black Panther. God bless you.
I won't do Yakubu for you before.
Okay, thank you so much. Finally, I got to talk. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Ivis. Thank you, everyone. I've been listening to everything that's been happening, that everybody has been saying, and it's really so sad. Like there was a time I chipped in. I wanted to say something about this Mohbad guy, and then Madam, I think what was Madam Rita Busy Brains that touched about a little bit about the background, like a little bit of what I understood about the guy. Like I said, I don't know who that guy was. I've never heard about him before. I know I've heard about Naira Marley, and I think the way I heard about that Naira Marley guy was one time I went for, I think, a birthday party here. So as I was coming, a song was playing. As I was dancing, so one of my friends just grabbed me. So the way she grabbed me, she said, "Sit down, you like to dance." I'm like, "What is it?" She said, "If you hear the lyrics of that song you're dancing, you will not dance it." So I'm like, "What is the song saying?" The song they speaking Yoruba, and I just the beat and I the dance to. She started explaining to me. I said, who sang the song? He said, Naira Marley. I said, who be that one? Is that a Nigerian? So that was how I got to know. So I was meant to understand that the guy sings a lot of vulgar things in his songs, you know. I don't know who he is. That was when I got to know him. And then recently, when I heard the controversy about him with NDLA and stuff like that, so I don't really know much about the man, especially like I've heard Naira Marley, particularly for this Mohbad guy. I do not know. It was just yesterday or 2 days ago that I got to know about him, and then people started saying something, you know, the allegedly, you know, the thing about I think it was my busy brains that mentioned it, you know, allegedly what they wanted him to do, he didn't want to do it, blah blah blah. And I heard that the guy was, I think he started up as a carpenter. You know, this is somebody who just was just a nobody, and the poor boy is just trying to, because he has the talent, he was trying to come up, and then some people felt he was so naive they needed to use him, allegedly use him, you know, to do whatever they needed to do. And then, and it's so sad, you know, like I was trying to say then, Mr. You remember that quote you used to put that when sometimes people we endorse an evil that is happening to someone else. Now we always say it here: if we don't fight for a change in this country called Nigeria, Nigeria will, in one way or the other, happen to us, even when we do not expect it to happen to us, right? So we can say now that Nigeria has happened to Mohbad, and Nigeria has happened to Mohbad's family, you know, because there are people who are, from what I understood, he
Sorry,
has.
Madam Nena. Sorry, Madam Nena. And if I have to add to what you're just, I know where you're going. During the time of the campaign, you see, we were mentioning similar things as well. That if you choose the wrong person, you know, Nigeria might happen to you. But look what is happening to you. I'll leave it there. I don't want people to judge my words. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, and from what I understood, I think the guy has, I don't know if he's a wife or a girlfriend, but I think he has a young child that is about 5 months or thereabout, from what I
Oh,
understood.
Madam Nina,
Yes.
sorry to interject you. Naira Marley na Oga Evie's side na he did before he come Nigeria.
Yeah, I think they say he was in England one time, and he was somebody that has,
Yes, it was
you
in
know,
Peckham. It was in Peckham, then a Peckham boy.
yeah, he was. It has some things, some shady lifestyles about him and everything, and blah blah. So, but the bottom line is this: you know, we are talking about um with everything that happened, police investigating. This guy cried out. All the videos are out, and when you look at everything that happened and the way he cried out and the way people did not see anything, well, the first thing I asked myself is, how did we degenerate to this point that our humanity is gone? That somebody will come out and is screaming on life for help, and nobody wanted to do anything about it. Because I know if it were like here that we are, and somebody comes out, even if nobody, once the thing goes on air, the state takes it up immediately. They want to locate this guy. They want to know what is going on. They need to, and I mean, the people take it up immediately, and this is an indication of the decay that is in the society that is called Nigeria. That is the level of it. And honestly speaking, okay, look at there are pictures of the guy that what is it, Larry Samuel or whatever his name is. It was so annoying. I'm so glad Miss give off as a mandate clearly pointed it out when he was talking. That was one thing that was pissing me off. I'm like, this guy is talking about somebody who just lost his life, and you're being accused of being the one, maybe somehow directly or indirectly involved in it, and you are smiling. What is funny about it? Like, you know, somebody who is trying to conceal his excitement. I don't even know what to say. What is his facial expression is annoying. Like, what is funny about it? And from what I understood, that allegedly that the guy is even into hiding, and he has the guts to make that comment and be saying sort of things. There are video evidences of them attacking this boy. This boy cried out. This boy, in fact, there was one that somebody showed me where the boy was even kneeling down. He was kneeling down. This group of people crowded him, and the boy was crying in their midst. Like, a lot of things happened to this young man, and there's an allegation also that sometimes he was even forced to take some substances that he doesn't, you know, something like that. So in fact, the person I was talking to, I was like, okay, what eventually, you know, unalived him? How did he eventually? Was he sick? Was they said he was? I mean, he was just maybe something that has to do with EF. I don't even. Father, at this point, it's like everything is so sketchy. But the bottom line is this: this is Nigeria happening to this guy. You will be surprised that at the end of the day, nothing will come out of this guy's case. Why? Because he's a son of a nobody. This boy is a son of a nobody. There's a picture of that supposed guy, that the one that was spoke with the governor of Lagos State. There are pictures. I saw photos of them in the governor of Lagos. Apparently, this guy knows the governor of Lagos State. Now, the Oba of Legushi, this Oba of Legushi has been, he's been in the news for all the wrong reasons. So when you see some people like that coming into, their names being mentioned with something that has to do with this boy, that will tell you that it's not just a case of a young upcoming artist who just got unalived, but it's a case of some people who are up there involved in one way or the other. And that tells me that there is every possibility that this investigation will not see the light of day. First of all, I was asking, why was he? I'm surprised to hear that the guy is not a Muslim. So why was he buried so hurriedly? Why they haste in burying him? In a sensible society, in a sane society, there's supposed to be an autopsy to determine the real cause of him not being here anymore. There needs to be an autopsy. So why would anybody come up now to start telling us, oh, when it's time to this, we are okay, you don't even have the body, and you don't even have the people that are being accused that are directly, indirectly involved in him not being here today. So what is the police doing? And I asked myself again the same question that before I asked, is he the same policeman, the one that came to tell us on air that MC Oluomo was joking when he said that Madam Chukwudi should not vote? Is it the same people that are going to investigate? It is so ridiculous. And that is the reason why we cry, we scream, we talk, we do whatever we do to make sure that this society that is called Nigeria, there is a change. That is something, that is a glimmer of hope that will tell us that we are actually going in the right direction. Because if it's a sensible, look, I tell you, just like Mr. Evie said, in fact, in my neighborhood where I live, if a cat goes missing, alert is sent to all of us. Like every day, my husband will be like, okay, what kind of nonsense is this? Sending me alert, a cat just got missing. You see where they're looking for cats, sending the message to every neighborhood, because there's a camera we have that is, kind of connected to the neighborhood. So somebody's cat is missing. You see everybody running head escalator looking for pussy cats. And then somebody is no more. And you hear nothing. Nobody is saying, no sensible person. The likes of Wole Soyinka will not come out now and ask what happened to Mohbad. You will not hear the likes of them come out and say anything. Somebody like him, he cannot tell me that he's not aware that Naira Marley is the face of NDLA. Maybe he will claim he doesn't know who Naira Marley. This is the kind of thing that's elder statesmen that are supposed to be getting involved in it, to cry out in things like this, to speak to the authorities that be, because they have the capacity, the authority, the respect to speak, and people will listen to them. But unfortunately, the only thing he's obsessed with, the only thing the likes of them are obsessed with, even these our so-called men of God, and every people that needs to say something. There's something like this happen, a celebrity, whether the guy is on the status of level of Davido or not. The point is that this boy is a celebrity. People know him. So you want to tell me that somebody like Sonwolu cannot say something about this guy's demise? It is so sad. It is so sad. So these are examples of how Nigeria can happen to people, even when you do not even know about it. I cannot say the role he played or the role people around him played during the election, supporting who they support. But the bottom line is this. This is what we're talking about. Nigeria can happen to you at any point in time. When you cry out for justice, will you get it? When somebody else is crying out for justice, or somebody else is being intimidated, bullied, or whatever, because now I believe I am what Wole Soyinka and his likes are doing to P2B is nothing but bullying. It is nothing but bullying. They are bullying this man, trying to silence him by all means. And when I say silence, I don't mean in the way of taking him out, but I'm trying to silence his voice, trying to tell him, you know what, go and sit down. You are not relevant in this country. This is bullying. And when it is happening to someone else, you are in Twitter, you are on the road, you're anywhere, jubilating. You know, Biden is, yes, he needs to go back to where he come from. He can never be this. They'll be this. You're calling them names. Now, you never can tell that the same thing may happen to you in another way where you will seek for justice, but that justice will be so far away from you. This is just what we are talking about. Why this is the more reason why we need to put our voices together to say that things need to change in this society called Nigeria. Things need to change from every facet of it. There needs to be a change, because a young man like this cannot just go like that and people are telling us story. They already put him on the ground. That cannot happen. It's not supposed to be. In a situation, in a country where things are working, the government will immediately take his body, hold it, and continue investigation.
The country just look like a country that doesn't have government. It just,
at all.
How can somebody just die like this and that is it?
Everybody that their names, in fact, look at the videos that were shown. Faces were shown there. People know faces. Gather these people. By now, these people should be kept, questioned. And like, I don't even get it. I don't get it. And somebody will come out and tell you that, hey, your obedience, you people are just taking that, hey, Tinubu is doing a good job, she will lead. I'm like, are you guys for real? Just pray. Like Mr. Elvis will always say, just pray, may nothing not happen to you. It could be things like this, it could be illness, it could be one thing or the other. It could be something as simple as you just go walking on the street and somebody will just, maybe grab your car, like something as simple as anything. Maybe even if something as simple as forceful injection from a house, things like that. I'm just trying to look for something as simple as anything. But the point, in a society where it's working, there is what is called justice. When things like this happen, this person cannot come back. But at least you have closure when you have justice. When you are sure that there are people who matters, who should be on your side, to say the people who are involved, indirectly or indirectly, that they are paid. Somebody needs to ask that question. Even if you're not directly involved in his final demise, but at least at some point, few days ago, this boy cried out for something, cried out about his life, for crying out loud. Why
not few days? It was repeatedly.
That's what I'm saying. So why can't those people be questioned? Why can't those people? It is very, very sad. My brothers and sisters, Nigeria needs to change, because we cannot continue like this, because it is Mohbad tomorrow. It could be you tomorrow. It could be another person tomorrow. It could be Mohbad today. It could be another person the next day. This is the reason why there needs to be a change. Then let me go quickly to the issue of Chicago University. I don't know how many of us have seen the supposedly transcript that is flying all over the place. They say Tinubu, finally. So I saw on X where somebody was saying, yeah, finally, his transcript is out. The obedience should rest. My brothers and sisters, the last time I checked, the age that Tinubu claimed was March 29th, 1952. In that transcript, the date of birth that is there is March 29, 1954. So there is still apparently something wrong. They will still come out tomorrow and tell it is the secretary that made mistake, because it's always somebody it's either the clerk or the janitor or the cleaner or somebody must have made mistake. So they keep making mistakes. Tinubu is the only human being in life that
Madam Nana, sorry to interject. Is it Mrs. Tinubu's transcript or Mr. Tinubu?
My sister, they are flying a transcript on this thing. They say finally Tinubu's transcript.
Nobody is Tinubu went to the university.
That is the point. No, yeah, you're right, because the point I'm trying to make is that his people are already saying finally, it has been proven. It has been proven that the certificate that we see is a female. So the Chicago University themselves, and again, let me tell us something. CBS News, I live in the US. CBS News is one of the stations that tells the highest line. CBS is like TVC in Nigeria, that tells the highest line in American television
They are
stations.
spin doctors. They are all commentators on those channels.
I know them. I know they cannot state the sessions that I listen to if I want to listen to authentic news. Not CBS. Not CBS. These are people who can wake up and cook anything. That is why it was easy for them to, because if this story goes to CNN, CNN will go to that school and do the investigation themselves. That is where you have real investigation. What we
Okay,
have in Nigeria.
when you, because you just mentioned CNN, I'm sorry that I have to stop you. I'll come back to you again. The same CNN, you know, the other day I came here that this satanic APC government, they came to deceive us by telling us that Dubai have lifted the ban of the airline. You know, CNN don't come out now, can't tell us now, say no, lie, not trust these people. Say that no, there's nothing like any lifting of anything. This is CNN. You people can see that. It's a UAE official says visa restrictions not lifted for Nigerians. Not.
Yes.
You
So
know,
if you want to listen to authentic news, don't make. I did for US. I need to listen to CBS. I don't listen to CBS. Is one station I don't listen to because CBS is like TVC. They can live Africa.
Which
That
one
is
you
why.
dey listen to now, madam?
Eh?
Which one you dey listen to?
No, I can listen to CNN. I can listen to Fox if I want to because
that one was pass now.
Because Fox, their problem I have with Fox is that they only focus on the publicans. They don't tell any other thing that happened any other place. You understand?
But CNN 9 was pass now with live.
CNN is even worse past CNN,
MSNBC. Let me say what I want to say. What I want to say is that when it comes to like global news, like some of this information now, right? It's like I see CBS and the rest of them as people that are bottled, like they are bottled, just like most of them are liars. Like you said, CNN. Most because the CNN is more of Democrats. So most of them, all they do is to tell all these lies and everything. But then, so when it comes to broad information, like this kind of information, now you can get something a little more reliable from there. That is, but the truth about it is that most of this is they lie. I don't trust whatever that CBS said, and I don't trust whatever that's coming from.
Please round up. Thank you.
I don't trust what you see. I don't trust whatever that comes out of CBS. So that is just the thing. They are telling us that a certain Tinubu went to. We are not disputing that. The issue is not even about him getting, like what Abati was saying. The issue is not even about somebody getting certificates or somebody not getting certificates. The issue is about the fact that somebody lied. Okay, you get a certificate. Why is it that the certificates you have are two different certificates with two different signatures from the same school, claiming to have graduated the same year? Does that even make any sense at all? So it's not even about whether I graduate or no graduate, that goes to no. Why is your certificate? Why are there discrepancies in the certificates? So even the one they're flying that they're claiming is Tinubu, that is already showing that there is a lie going on there. Then I'm going to conclude with talking about that the pastor that resigned. I don't blame that pastor because look at it. If anybody that has followed the story of Kumuyi over the years, these are people that have held people bound for years with lies. But only when it begins to favor them. I remember in those days with the likes of Kumuyi, they kind of, these are people that tell people you cannot watch TV, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. And suddenly, for a few years ago, I think when he began to fraternize with all this, with the Buhari and the rest of them, Kumuyi began to move around with bodyguard, began to move around with a limousine, of all the luxuries that he said people shouldn't enjoy, his church members shouldn't enjoy. He began to enjoy them. Why? Because he has been initiated, he has been brought into the cult of this our satanic political class, and the so-called people, from a lot of people are still gullible following him. But thank God for this man, he saw the light, he saw that this is becoming very deceptive, and he took a very wise decision by resigning his position. It's unfortunate that a lot of people will still be somewhere, because when I saw this resignation last night, I will still see people that say, oh, he was not even born again in the first place, he was not even this in the first place. But a lot of people were still saying nonsense under this man. But this is people who just love the chain of the slave masters that have refused to see the truth. But when people see the truth, I give that man kudos for taking that bold step. Some people will say he did it because he's an Igbo man. It has nothing to do with an Igbo man, but it has everything to do with someone that has conscience. You cannot be telling me do not drink orange juice. Then every time I see you hide one corner, be drinking orange juice. What kind of hypocrisy is that? Kumuyi have proven himself not to be a man that can be trusted since he began to fraternize with you. So I do not blame any sensible pastor that say, you know what, I cannot live in this lie. It takes boldness to say I cannot afford to this part, So my point is this: Nigerians, we need to understand it. There is a lot of deception. There are a lot of a lot of evil that is going on in Nigeria. If you still at this point think it's okay for you to remain quiet, for you to remain on the fence, Nigeria can happen to you. I saw in the news this one. I don't know if that how true that one is. Also, I just want to end with that. The doctor, I don't know if enough was the doctor that they said took somebody's organ in the north, right? That they said he's on. I woke up this morning and I saw breaking that they say he has run mad. This is a stunt. How can he suddenly run mad? That he just woke up and he pulled his cloth, started acting like a lunatic. This is just the stunt that police wants to play. And that he wants to play. Maybe they will let him loose in the marketplace. Start working as a madman.
He gave one rich person somebody's organ. He gave
that's it.
If he run mad though, and Africa you do.
Leave that thing. They are trying to play. They are trying to play fast forward. Whether I run mad, run mad. You go stay for that place. You suppose stay for that place where they pay for it. But crazy people.
And the African man, they happen. No.
Crazy people, they go jail. He's not running no mad. He's not running. This is the point I'm trying to make is that you see the kind of games they play, because initially they say he was trying to use money to cover the whole thing. Now he has realized that his money is not helping him. They are holding him now. He just suddenly woke up and start tearing his clothes and start acting like he's. I beg you. In fact, I don't even. It is so sad. It is so sad. It's so sad. And the family of this guy, instead of them to look for what is up, they're trying to blame the poor girl that had a child. I don't know if it's the wife or the baby mom. I don't know. They call her
wife.
The wife.
It's his wife. They're trying to blame her. That is the narrative. They're trying to distract us from the main issue.
It is so sad. At the end of the day, nothing will come out of these guys. No justice, nothing for this guy. It is so sad. Nigerians know it.
Can I just make a correction here to somebody on the chat, please? No vex, Madam Nena.
We don't have time anymore.
I don't think it is right.
Madam Nena has finished now.
Uboma Agua, you might have a different opinion from Madam Nena, but please don't call anybody a liar. Yeah? There's a better way to be able to put your point across.
Common sense.
Not to say it's a blatant lie. To you, CBS might be the best thing after sliced bread.
Just disagree. You don't need to insult people. Is a liar. The person is a liar. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Human being is difficult to manage, man. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Nena, for your submission. Anything we say on the panel, there's every reason that I might not be right. Then challenge me. That I disagree with you, Mr. Elvis. I disagree with you, Madam Nena. I disagree with you, Black Panther. Don't say Black Panther, you are a liar. It's insultive now. I don't understand. Don't argue to win. Argue to learn. That's all. That's all I have to say on this. Anyway, let me quickly take on this article here. You see, when we talk about that, they say this government can't deceive now. Some people don't believe us. See now, they don't. UAE official says visa restrictions not lifted for Nigerians. So you can see that the United Arab Emirates has contradicted claims by the Nigerian government that it is to lift a year-long visa ban on Nigerian travelers. An official from the Gulf state told CNN, unquote, there are no changes on the Nigeria-UAE travel status so far. The source asked not to be named because he is not authorized to speak to the media. Okay, so it's very, very unfortunate. Why government go come? Government spokesperson, what do they call her, a jury or whatever, come on the national TV to say, yes, Tinubu is doing well now, I've lifted the visa ban and all that. Then the gullible Nigerians started celebrating. I don't know why now they put all this stuff for themselves, to be honest.
Elvis, but there was a pushback. Then he came back,
yes,
and was changing
to try to put it right. I know.
Yes.
He wants to backtrack. He wants to backtrack.
But that's to tell you how dangerous these human beings are. You can never believe it when they tell you good morning. Go out and look at it for yourself. Don't ever believe what they say with their mouth. We are too quick to give them a pass. We can't. We are the force now. We need to wake up and understand that we are the force, and we need to push back, speak up.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me call on someone that needs to speak to us here. Okay, Black Panther, I would like you to talk to us now.
Let Oga CM talk.
Oga CM, don't come out.
Don't come
Okay,
out.
you are not available now. Okay, let me come back to you then. Let me see. Okay, I believe One Love. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Elvis and everyone in the panel. Good evening, good morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
It's been a
Please
while. Thank God say you remember me today.
Yes, so now you remember me. Now you come here now. You will
I
not
know.
forget me.
I've been trying to listen to everybody. Everyone has been on track. They're just hammering it, and saying it how it is. I like that. So I want to say thank you to everyone who's been lending their voice to this.
Thank you.
Um, it's been a difficult journey, but again, nothing good comes easy. So
Exactly.
we never expected these guys to just leave that place easily. Like they're just gonna pack their bag all of a sudden and say bye bye to where we used to, dig into money and do some corrupt practices and feed from, where every one of Nigerians are supposed to be feeding from. They are not just going to live like that. But we thank God at where we are right now. At the end of the day, it's becoming clear to us that we don't have a judiciary, we don't have anything, and nothing is working. So even though I don't have a trust in the Supreme Court, but I like the idea that Obi is going straight all the way to the Supreme Court, so that we all can see and the whole world will see that Nigeria is a total mess, from the rank and file to the bottom. I mean to the top, and all the way to the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. Everything is a mess. I just want to quickly say a little bit about the guy that you showcased on the channel. The upcoming artist that was just by a few days ago or weeks. You, that just pretty much a reflection of what is wrong with Nigeria. You know, like what Epai doing said last time. He said some people will join court, and this is just one of the reasons why they do it. Sometimes uh, when things happen, it takes a whole lot of courage for us to make to give a judgment on what actually happened. When you see some things going on, when some of these courts are buying themselves back and forth, which for me I don't support, but when you begin to look at the root cause of all the problems, you will see that majority of the time these politicians are part of them. These politicians are part of it. And just like what Paidu said, some of these guys, some Nigerian citizens don't know how to protect themselves anymore. They now resort to an unusual way to fulfill that promise. How can a guy be crying for months or even years? I don't know, crying to the police, crying to everybody, crying to other people in the country that hey, my life is at stake here. Somebody need to come up and help me, and nobody did anything. And the policeman is coming out here. We're going to assume this. We are going to assume that. We're going to do a full investigation. Do a proper investigation of what? I mean, you might counter me on this, but I believe almost 50% of Nigerian police force are all into one gang or court or the other. How do you expect them to fight each other? So you see things going on and things don't work out, and we don't really actually know where this problem is coming from. Nigerian police don't work. They don't do anything. They don't investigate anything because they're not, you don't expect them to investigate themselves. you know. So you can see how everything has been corrupt. A guy has been crying for many months and nothing was done about it. He even went ahead to the court and wrote a letter to the police and nothing was done. And now they are here trying to tell us we are going to do this, we are going to do that. It's just usual. That's what they do. That's what they say right from day one. Whenever anything happens, or we're gonna investigate, and they start speaking. You can when you listen to them, you see that nothing good is going to come out of it. You know. I remember last time I was in Nigeria. It's like every what do you call it? Police station, police stop. When you're driving on highway, every police stop, you don't really have to do anything about it. You just have to give them money. Even if you carry somebody's or any kind of weird stuff that you're not supposed to carry, in your trunk, they will just let you go as far as you give them money. That's how corrupt the Nigerian police is. And how did we get here? Because the head was corrupt. And now because the head is corrupt, the head cannot talk to the tail. Because I don't know what you are going to portray to the tail and try to let the tail know that, hey, you need to behave right when the head up there is not even doing the right thing. Everywhere has been infiltrated. Nigeria is a captured state by a group of gangs that are not going away soon. And the only reason why they are fighting Obi is because Obi is not part of them. And it takes a whole lot of courage for you to stand alone in the midst of, multitudes that are against you. And I'm not surprised that the professor of there's a lady, Rita comes here, I will call him professor of rice and beans. I'm not surprised that guy will come out here and speak the way he has done, like in the past few weeks or days, because he's part of them. Let's just say that it is. The guy he's a Nobel laureate. Yes, I get it. But I wish he really was a Nobel laureate in African studies and in African culture, in African emancipation and things like that. I wish he was a Nobel laureate in writing books that would promote the culture of Africa. I wish he was a Nobel laureate in fighting for the freedom from the hands of these hoodlums and political thieves. But instead, what he had done is to make sure that he covers up for them, and always go out there and say, Obi, I can categorically say Obi did not win any election. With what evidence? Well, he's definitely going to say that because he's been working alongside with the APC camps and all of them, because he knows what they'll be trying to sell out. It's a disgrace. That guy has shown to us that having education does not mean you have sense. Because whether you like it or not, a mechanic on the road is smarter than a professor in the classroom. Because you just have to categorize them in what area. You can be a professor in literature, yes, but you might not be smarter than a guy who is a mechanic on the street, because that's his specialty. You don't know anything about cars. You might be a professor in medicine. You might be smarter in how to operate on someone, but you might not be smarter when it comes to somebody trying to sell his tomatoes in the market, because that's a specialty. So you can see that intelligence comes in different forms. And we've seen over and over again that this guy, professor of rice and beans, knows not what he's doing at this point, because he's been bought over. They've paid him, I'm sure, millions of dollars. I think one guy said yesterday that he's probably looking for a place to retire.
Thank you.
Now he probably does not have a way to go anymore. So for me, Nigeria is a mess, and we just have to let this whole story keep going on all the way to the Supreme Court. And hopefully, even if we might not be able to get things out, because I believe at this point he has bought everything with money, but this will definitely expose the corrupt system and the corrupt practice and the syndicate that is going on in Nigeria for years. And I think Obi will be able to expose that. So thank you so much, Mr. Niger Wash, and thank you to everyone in the panel.
Thank you very much, One Love. God bless you. Thanks for your wonderful submission. All right, my people. Yes, we need to have a final submission right now so we can end the show. Yes, I'll come to you now, my brother. Yes, thank you very much, everybody that is listening to me right there. We're almost going to be rounding up soon. We have 371 likes. Can we take that to 400? If you're listening to me, so you never press on the like button. I bet press up. God bless you. Okay, Black Panther, I'll give you 8 minutes. After 8 minutes, I'll give orders for 4 minutes.
Don't worry, I will speak more. I will speak up to 8 minutes.
Oh, okay. No, let me monitor it. Let me see if you can keep to your word today.
See the deadly boy.
They allow those scammers.
They don't enter. They don't enter.
I beg.
It's a bit yarn. You don't go see him for London. Now fight our first, fight you first. you don't yab everybody today. Don't worry, will they come for you?
Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank everyone that has spoken. And Madam Nina. Madam, is it Nne Obi or Nina?
Nena, Madam Nena.
Okay.
So
Her YouTube channel is Nena.
Oh, okay, I like that name, Nne Obi. Woo, very sweet name.
Now,
Thank you
husband
very
name she
much.
attached to her, so now husband name.
Anyway,
remain 3
that's very
minutes for your
lovely
8
name.
minutes. Remain 3 minutes.
Not be you, Yakubu. Okay.
No, la black pata be Yakubu, not be la black pata.
Oh, thank everybody. Thanks in a million. You guys are doing a wonderful work. Everyone out there, there's a shout out for you guys that are keeping the flag and the flame, up there. Thank all the obedient. Thank you, Mr. Peter Obi, for making yourself available for this revolution. Thank you very much. I want to say one thing here that we all have spoken rightly, and I thank God every one of us is now focusing and seeing the defect in our constitution that we've been propagating around the world for a very long time. We took it from our heroes past, our heroes like Gani Fahmy and some other like Fela Anikulapo Kuti. So we've said this on and on again. This is the demonstration of craziness. That is what we are seeing in Nigeria now. So it's not yet a capture state. It's just that it's made up of oligarchs that cannot live because they are addicted to their own style of and way of life and way of oppressing people. It's not yet a capture state. Because if you know what is a capture state, you go and read about the South Americans. You know how a capture state is. I would like to say here that I would like to say the Mohbad, is it not Mohbad? I don't know how to pronounce that name very well. But our great artist that we lost, a young promising artist we lost, and I just want to say, may his soul rest in peace. And I would like to tell the family that they should keep all hope alive, and we should just keep our strength in the Lord, and allow the word of God to console us in it. We least expected it to happen, but as Nigeria is already in an insecure state. So we pray the family have the gratitude to bear the loss, and I hope the wife and the kids. I pray for them that God should strengthen them and keep them in good health. This is what it is when you are in a state where you have no rules and regulation, where you have no constitution guiding you, where you have not sat down to say how we're going to live as human together, coming from different tribes. So this is what happened. It will keep on happening. What happened to that green? The same thing happened. Somebody parked his car on the highway, was trying to take a curve. Boom, that was all. Before they came, more than 6-7 hours before they started blowing their siren. So it's up, and like Mr. Nigeria used to say, if you are in Nigeria, what you come to your head is your health first. But how will you get the health when there is nothing virtually working in the country? Doctors are leaving. The best of all have gone, and what you have is all more or less a cadaver that is existing in the medical field. So I want to say here is that what happened to that guy is a result of failure of what we have been speaking, of what we have been pronouncing, the failure of the government to really, see to the reason why we need to be secured before we can develop. But they decided to go the other way around. To tell you all here that they don't have anything to do. They are just going around the whole world. They don't have, even if you leave them for 10 years, this is exactly what they'll still be doing. They don't have anything to do. Agbado said it. What do you have for the North? He said, nothing. If I do anything, they are going to take me down. So nothing. You think if the North is not secured, the South will be secured? It can never happen. So we are fighting. We will continue to speak and to speak the rot in the government. No matter how it is, this government will never see the light of the day. Because when you come through the back door and you are trying to tell people that you are right, it can never conform with each other, can never conform. Darkness and light cannot stay together. Light will overshadow darkness. So that is what I'm saying. And I want to also say to the pastor that resigned, may God bless that pastor. He has just cut himself out of the of people that are making mockery of the scripture. People that disguise themselves as GO, going around seeing the righteous being, pulled down, and they say nothing. Seeing the truth, and they will close their eyes and say, lest it is the loss, it is the will of God. Seeing people going hungry, they will say it is the will of God. Seeing orphans buying on the street, sleeping under the bridge, in a country where riches is all over the place, they will say it is the will of God. So when I come out here to say 99% of them are they are just the negative of what we expected, the negative of it all. They are nothing, they are not useful to the economy. Immorality has become the order of the day. Stealing, different illegality has become the order of the day in Nigeria. So where has the church played its role? Where is the role of the church? No, it's zero. Where is the role? When a Yahoo boy can go to church and give his own offering and tell pastor, this for you, pastor will keep on blessing the place where he got the money from. That is the loss for mammon, is the root of evil. Evil will continually prevail there, even in the house of God, because the men that are on the leadership role, they are evil themselves, because they care not about the poor. With the word of God said there will be poor among us. What if there's poor people among us? What's our responsibility? It is right there in the scripture. But these people, they don't give a damn about no one. So I call them, let them just go. Everybody will face judgment on that day. So if you want to follow your pastor, well, maybe your pastor will drag you into heaven. But that day, you will answer to the call by yourself. Because you came to the world by yourself you will go and face judgment. So in that case, I would like to go deeply into this. Now we all are seeing that gradually we are conforming to us. We that have been preaching that if this constitution, if we don't bring it down, nothing will work in Nigeria. The reason why nothing is working is because you are on the foundation of nonsense, in short, the foundation of that was laid down by evil people in the north. That is why it will never work. No matter what you do, no matter the thing. That's why I told you all that if Obi comes in, the first thing I will say to him, I will speak on the Facebook page and every other media. I'll write an open letter to him. He has to open up and bring out the defect in the constitution so that we all can see it. Now you can see that a layman, a blind man that didn't go to school can be the president of Nigeria just for him to attend one seminar. That's all. That is what your constitution says. You cannot blame Abati. It is the truth that is telling you. Abati is telling you the truth. Abati is telling you the truth. It is the truth that is telling you. There's nothing you can do. So to everyone that is out there, we all know where our problem comes from. But one thing we should not stop doing, we should not stop speaking. To those that are saying, oh, come to the ground, come to the ground, you have to be on the ground for you to see the thing we are facing. We have been on the ground before. 80% of us have been on the ground before. We are speaking, we are also providing finances for people on ground. That is why the survival of it today is there. It's a reason of the people in diaspora that make it there. Okay. So we all should be very, very thankful to the people in diaspora that they are relentless and they are strong and there. They are ready to move and make it possible for us to get to the promised land. Mr. Najawat, God bless you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to our people.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. You spent 10 minutes, they talk 10 minutes, and you say you're not go finish your 8 minutes.
Now you give me extra time now.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. All right, with the people that we still have here, let me give everybody for 4 minutes so that we can round up this show. I will start with Madam Busy Brains. Madam Busy Brains, if you're there, 4 minutes, please. Everybody keep to this 4 minutes.
Oh, God, Elvis, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone. Everybody has really been on the matter, and the topics discussed today are very rich and educational. I've learned a lot. Yeah, let me talk on Ireti Kingibe. I wasn't sure what the topic was when you highlighted it, but her response was what I did not really understand. So just for clarification, I'm assuming Aduba, or is it Aduda, is someone that Wike put in position. Hello, okay, Elvis.
Yes, are you asking me a question?
Yes, please, yes. Just wanted
Say
to
it again.
clarify. Mr. Aduda that Ireti Kingibe was talking about, that Wike did not have experience, and that she's going to work with the Aduda. That
Yeah, but what she's saying is that the way Wike is jumping from left to right, that he shouldn't be doing that. After all, he doesn't have any experience or know anywhere in Abuja. So I think she's kicking against everything about Wike, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm assuming from what it's like Wike brought an outsider to assume a post that somebody who is a resident of Abuja could assumably take the post. No? I think that is what I picked up. I was not paying attention at that time. I was dealing with something, but what came to my mind as a result of that presentation is that because she was conceding that she will work with whoever that they bring in, as long as it is going to be for the good of, I mean, to progress with to get things done. But I now I questioned, I said, why should she concede? Why should she agree to work with the Aduda or the outsider? Why can't she advocate for somebody who is a long-standing resident of her jurisdiction to take up that post? This is how they now start coming in and bringing their touts into position. You see, if Wike is allowed to bring somebody out of jurisdiction to come and play a role in they call it a state now, isn't it? So why should she concede? And it is this conceding that the so-called good politicians, when they concede, that is why we are where we are. Why must she concede? Why not push back? Why not stand on her ground and say, no, it should be done this way? That is why we are seeing MC Oluomo like play. He's leaving Lagos to come and take over a NUWRT in Abuja. Why? There should be a healthy pushback for this kind of things. She shouldn't. We know she's trying to be soft and good and all that, but no, there is no time to deal with these demonic, diabolical people. You don't deal with them with kids' gloves. She has to come out and be volatile and be as aggressive as they can be. Just looking at a person of the caliber of Dino, while I do not agree with his business, the political decisions he's made in the past and the allies and his very lavish way of flaunting government money, but his radical nature appeals to me, because that is the kind of person we need in position to fight these diabolical people.
Okay.
So I want to implore her to be radical. Just one topic, 4
Thank
minutes.
you. No. Your minutes is up, madam. We are working with minutes this time,
That's
please.
fine.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to talk on the junior pastor and then LP.
Oh yeah, okay, go ahead. 1 minute, quickly.
Yeah. So
Always work with time,
junior
please.
pastor, I think he's within rights. We need to be seeing more of this. A lot of the pastors that have made goofs, House of the Rock, RCCG, and which other church, we need to be seeing more of this, that their pastors are not happy with it and make a statement, because these so-called daddy GOs, they cover them. And whatever decisions these daddy GOs make, we assume that the smaller pastors are going with it. So they need to show that they are not with this kind of thinking and be radical in their own stance and move away. This is not time to be mollycoddling with evil. You need to show where you stand. You need to make a choice. This is our times for choice making. We need to show where we stand. Decisions need to be made. Choices need to be made. Shikena. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. For me, regardless of anything that anybody wants to gain, stand for what is right. If you want you in result you losing your job or whatever, you lose it, as long as you're doing what is right. You know, so for me, I support this the stand of the small little or whatever pastor. You know, so he did the
Yeah,
right thing.
he did the right thing. The right
Yes.
thing, seriously.
He shouldn't look at the decades that he's been with them and continue to count the numbers. No.
He should count his loss and move on. He's going to do better.
Exactly.
Because of that, a lot of people will now move. Let him open another branch. You will see a lot of people that do not agree with the Kumuyi, they will come to him.
You know, we have lots of gullible people in Nigeria. Many would not, they will not see it. You know, you never know these people. They will see rubbish, they will defend it in Nigeria. Let's move on. Madam Nena.
People's eyes are gradually open. That is why we are here, to keep on talking.
Exactly. Madam Nena, please, your 4 minutes start now. Thank you. Final submission. Okay, Madam Nena is not available right now. Wonderful. Let me move on. F. Emmanuel, are you there, sir? Okay, you are not available as well. Okay, Black Panther, back to you again. So please use your final submission. 4 minutes. Black Panther, let's round up. Okay, everybody is not available. That's good.
Let me continue talking.
No, we are rounding up. Okay, talk. Okay, I give you
Mr.
another.
Elvis, did you call me?
We've been calling you for the past 2 days now. You have 4 minutes, your final submission.
Okay. So my final submission is, Nigerians, please do not give up. If you think that the words you speak does not make any impact, truly it's making an impact. If you all must understand that the reason why the likes of Wole Soyinka will talk, and the likes of every other person will come out and be, ranting about what the business are doing, is because they hear what we are saying. And I say it over and over again. If you keep buying by these people's lies, going by their lies and their deceptions, you are doing that at your own peril, because there is nothing good that will come out of a criminal and illegitimate government. Whether any person wants to believe it or not, whether the Supreme Court does the right thing or not, whether the Election Petition Tribunal does the right thing or not, whatever judgment they let them give, this government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, this thing that they instituted, they call it a government in Nigeria, is an illegitimate government. Have you listened and heard how much money this man has borrowed within this period? And they keep telling you, this is someone that came out last month or so and said, oh, that since they removed fuel subsidies, they have saved how many trillions of dollars. Yet, they are borrowing all these monies. What did they borrow the money to do? I saw one governor, I think he's governor of Akwa Ibom State or thereabouts, telling the world that his renovation of his office will cost 5 billion, is it 5 billion naira or something like that? This is the kind of criminality, the evil, and the wickedness that goes on in the hearts of these people. You ask yourself, if that individual was not in government and he wants to renovate his own personal house, will he use such an amount of money to do that? Everything these people are telling us is nothing but fraud and deception. What is his name called? Festus Kayamo the other day came and gree. They named him this thing. He cancels his so-called vacation. He went to the airport. Say, we are renovating, we are moving this. People will tell you that what they go through now when they arrive in Nigeria, it's going through hell. They will have to transport you. In fact, they said the problem is even worse. In fact, one person described that this is an evidence of, acting before thinking. And even this morning, I even saw that one shamefully came out also to say that the UAE thing is not automatic. You see, these people lie. They want to make you believe what you want to believe. They want to make you believe what you want to believe. Nigerians, we must have to keep fighting. We must have to find a way to get this cabal, to get these criminal people, to get this illegitimate government out of power. Whatever we need to do, we have to do it. If you relent, if you stop, nothing is going to change. It is only going to get worse. Forget about whatever they're telling you. Everything they tell you is nothing but lies and deception. There is nothing good that will come out of these criminals. Nothing good that will come out of them. That is just what I have to say. I rest my case. Before you act, before you stop, before you think about anything, remember the lives of Mohbad. Remember the lives of, people that their organs are stolen. Nigeria can happen to anybody tomorrow. Something needs to change. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Nena. God bless every one of you that joined us today. We've come to the end of this broadcast. It's weekend, I appreciate you all. Obviously, many people in abroad, we don't really have much doing in the weekend like this, but most people right now in Nigeria, they're doing a live band right now. Some of them, they drink their 3310 right now, etc. and the press blah blah journal. Why we are here advocating for them. May God help our country. Now, God, I will bless every one of you right there. Thank you very much, everybody that joined the panel. Madam Nena, Madam Busy Brains, IF Emmanuel, Black Panther, give us a mandate, Mr. Edwin, Madam Rita, and many, many others that came in today, One Love and others. May God bless you all, my people. Appreciate you all. Those of you that call in, thank you very much. Appreciate you as well. I would like to appreciate once again those of you that supported me today financially, Madam Bella Naomi, Lady Eugenia. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. I would like to appreciate Mr. Joseph Orji, Patricia Enofe. Thank you very much. Manuel Ferreira. Thank you very much, Dr. Alexander Gomez. I'm a bride or 7 girl, may God bless you all, my people. And God will bless everybody that is supporting me. Those of you that like the video, that share the video, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's continue to stand for what is right. Let's continue to do what is right. You see what that young pastor did, regardless of the name that some are gonna call him, he didn't care. He preferred to do what is right. That's what I want you. If you are listening to my voice today, continue to stand for what is right, regardless of any consequences surrounding it. Just do what is right. Search your heart. If it's right, do it. Don't care about what anybody will say. I'd like to appreciate Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. Thank you very much, Mommy, for staying with us 24/7 here. We appreciate you always. Chris Dublin, can see you right there. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Anthony Ola, you've been there since with me. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all, my wonderful people. I'd like to appreciate Bejulu right there is with us. Michael Ganamaro. Tommy, thank you very much. God bless you. Aaron, I can see you as well. Mother Rita, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, God will bless you now. We don't see Mother Patricia Tagbojemi today at all. We missed her. Thank you. Wisdom Talk with Queen, thank you very much. Samuel, thank you very much. I appreciate you all, Madam Origin, Destiny Bassa, and many others. And God bless you now. Please permit me to end the broadcast right
More
now.
grace, so good night, service.
Thank you, my brother. I be call you before. You want to say
I know
something?
say you don't. I want to say, to all obedient, we love you. Keep the flag flying. Despite all, it's going to be a tightrope, but we are going to get there. God bless you all. God bless Mr. Peter Obi.
Before I end, do you have hope that the Supreme Court will do the right thing, Black Panther?
What the hope I have is that I am scared for the Supreme Court because of the 25% which they have given judgment to before. So I'm scared for them because if they go down, then the entire world will conclude on the case of Nigeria.
Okay, what about if they now stick with what the tribunal have given and decided to, give the same judgment?
They can't stick to it. Supreme Court does not, the judgment of the lower court does not determine the judgment of the Supreme Court.
Okay,
The
good.
judgment of Supreme Court is supposed to, the judgment of Supreme Court, the lower court is supposed to go alongside with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court does not go alongside because they are going to find defects, especially with double nomination and 25%. I am
So
pretty
that
sure of
means
that.
there's still hope that they like cancellation, rerun,
Yes,
or disqualification
the highest I am expecting from Supreme Court is cancellation of the election.
in totality.
In totality, cancellation. They don't have
But
any way to go.
Oga Black Panther, knowing that we've got the Oga Patapata, their Oga Patapata sitting on that place, and he is in cahoots with the selected thief in power. I don't know where, I mean, that alone does not inspire any hope for me. I don't know. So where is that hope coming from? Do we,
Exactly.
if the appeal court can rubbish, look at what
Madam, you know where
I believe what Black Panther is saying. I'm happy to hear this from him because for me, I want to hear more of this, even because my hope is like a flat tire. I'm telling you. So Black Panther saying this kind of thing for me, I just want to hear more.
I really want to, but it's really bad when you have so much hope. That's what's happened, and it really hit me. So I really want to be a bit skeptical for my own mental health. You understand? So I'm just thinking, with the way they have that ruling, they rubbished everything. Saying Abuja is not even a state, is a state.
All right.
That is, as far as I'm concerned, they were lying in that judgment. They were lying. So I don't even know if they can, have the audacity to do that. Why do we even expect better from our
It's
Supreme
very sad,
Court
man.
judges?
To me, if for any reason Supreme Court end up disqualifying Tinubu or dismissing the whole election for a rerun, or for the election to come back again, I don't know. They just need to do something at least to I don't know. For me, I see this difficult, I don't know how this is going to happen, but if it happens, like I've always said, I'll have so much respect for the Supreme Court, or rather, should I say Judicial?
If the Supreme Court go the way of the lower court, then they are no longer an interpreter. They are no longer interpreting the Constitution. Thereby, the whole country sinks.
But do they care if the country wants to sink? The way these guys are going, okay. For example, let me show you something. What's that? Where's that noise coming from? What's happening? Madam Busy Brazil from you?
It's
please.
not from me, it's not from me.
Okay, it's from Black Panther there. All right. Okay, let me say this before I round up. Everybody look at the picture, remove the late Mohbad and remove Peter Obi. Look at the rest people there. All of them are fighting Peter Obi. All of them. All of them. Every other person you see on that picture that you're seeing on the screen right now, all of them are fighting against all of us. They don't want Nigeria to be better. Some are stylishly, indirectly, while some are directly doing it. And do you know how many elders, how many people like this fighting against this movement for Nigeria to be changed? Because, oh God, if Nigeria is changed today, a lot of them is going to be affected. So these people you are seeing, both the religious leaders, traditional leaders, any leaders, any elders, 98% of them don't want Nigeria to change because they're one way or the other. All of them are benefiting from the situation that we are facing today. Just look, everybody that is against Peter Obi, like a mockery. Today, I didn't even talk about is why I came here. He was the one that posted this. He said, look at how obedient are now insulting Professor Wole Soyinka left, right, and center for speaking what we all know to be true. Of course, Peter Obi did not win the elections, and he can never be president of a united Nigeria after the Yes Daddy audio. You see what this man is saying? This is Reno. This is Reno. He can never be president. So people wey sit down say Igbo man no go rule there too plenty. That's what I'm saying. Except God say this is the time, because this is between them and God. It's not between us anymore. Except God say no, the time is now. If not that, my people go hard. If you see all of them way you see for pictures, so remove late Mohbad, remove Peter Obi, look at the rest. Look at the rest. Tell me in your community, in your region, anywhere you come from, tell me how many elders they talk from where you come from. If you are listening to me right now, they talk now, say, no, I'm for the youth, I'm for the people. Nigeria must change. This election was not there. How many? Now, wow. My grandfather normally say, what how does it normally put it on? That what I can see sitting down, if you climb a skyscraper, you can't see it. That is the situation we find ourselves. How many of these people speaking for us? How many of these people really want us to be rescued out of this excruciating suffering that is going on right now in our lives? Nothing is working in Nigeria. And you don't see any of these people come out to speak for us, but they are speaking for what is beneficial to them. Nepotism, favoritism, satanism. It is well. Thank you very much, my people. Now, yeah, now good job. The curtain. I'd like to put this on the screen to remind everybody our problem. Check that. Our problem that we are fighting to rescue from today is what I just wrote on the screen right now. Tribalism, ethnicism, nepotism, religionism, traditionalism. See them. You can't take one out of there. If you don't believe me, come up with yours tomorrow. I'm here, 6 o'clock. Join us and let's talk. And God bless all of you now. My people, have a good night. Bye for now.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go to biza. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh. Tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o. Ẹ fẹ́ jókòó. Alákọ̀bí. Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí. Sábàmẹ́là. Anybody. Anybody. Any bobo. Anybody. Mo ló ń fọlú. Ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti finishi. Délé mo ló ń fọlú. Ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o délé.